Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series. This is the North American Cup presented by Mobile One. I'm LeafX, and I could not ask for better friends on the desk to start today off. Lemon, Kiwi, and Stumpy. This is much better than Gibbs and Cole, I gotta say.
Oh, so much better. I mean, I'm taking Cole's spot, Lemon Kiwi's taking Gibbs' spot. It's all round a little bit of an upgrade. And Leaf, you're sitting in the exact seat that you should be sitting in, mate, so good job.
The one that doesn't have to do any thinking.
Exactly.
Yeah, we were just talking the other day, Leaf. We had our little podcast.
Yeah.
I feel like we're doing this, and then Stumpy's just third wheeling. So
yeah,
okay,
Stumpy,
yeah.
you know.
Okay, we're starting off harsh. That's cool.
Know your position. Know your position. Let's talk about some Rocket League. We got a few minutes here to talk before the games get started. I know everyone's excited. A lot of cool storylines going into this weekend, but let's take a grander overview of everything before we do that. Let's take a look at the season schedule, where we are at this point, Stumpy.
Yeah, so we've already obviously had that full split over in beautiful European Rotterdam, and then San Diego, that winter split major. It was a lot of fun. I was over there. It was just so much fun to watch Karmine Corp tear through a load of teams, meeting FaZe in that grand final. One of the best grand finals we've seen probably ever, really, at one of these RLCS lands. But of course, we are looking forward through these opens, through these cups, past these invitationals, towards that big, beautiful, bodacious Boston Major, July 6th to 9th. I am so excited to be heading to the States to see some more incredible fans of Rocket League and see these teams compete for the big bucks and that beautiful trophy.
I hope everyone else is as well. Don't worry, we're going to shill some tickets in a few moments here. But before we get to that, 11, let's talk about just what people can be excited for. Just overall, across the scene, Rocket League is international, and there's a lot happening.
Oh, yeah. There's just so much Rocket League. Every region is fighting for a chance to claim that spot at Worlds. And there's a lot of conversation on social media around, Europe versus NA and who's the better region. Well, if you want to stir that pot, go watch all the shows. And if you miss out, First Touch at the start of the week has kind of that great appetizer, that primer to what you can expect. So, yeah, ton of content.
Lots of content. Let's talk about those tickets I told you guys about. Exclamation point tickets in the chat. Of course, you can head over to rl.gg/springticketslive if you want to do all the manual work here. But yeah, we're always hyped about these, and we talk about it all the time, Stumpy, but it's for good reason. You guys can join us on the 8th and 9th. It's going to be from the 6th to 9th, but that weekend is where you want to be. You want to be where Rocket League is happening in a live environment.
Yep, over in, and I always say this wrong, Boston, Massachusetts. What is it?
Oh, no.
Massachusetts. The S is first. Like, I always think it's the C's first. I always think it's Massachusetts, but it's not. Massachusetts.
It is
We're
now.
gonna be heading over there, Leaf. We like these live events. Sorry, go on, mock me, whatever. I'm sorry, I messed up so early.
They're not going to let you in now, that's for sure.
The border control in the US is already just horrible as an English person to get through. I'm flying there on the 4th of July to Boston. It is going to be real intense when I'm talking through, being like, guys, please let me in. I know what happened last time a few hundred years ago, but come on. Please. It's the 4th of July. We're all friends now, right?
We're all. I don't know. As we said, know your position, dude. That's enough. Let's take a grand look at the season points right now. I think just to get an idea of where we're looking towards. Worlds past that major, of course, that's one of the steps along the way to Worlds. This is the big bad. This is where everyone is looking towards, Stumpy.
Yeah. So far, we've just got that Gen G locked in for Worlds. They're going to be definitely going through to that wild card, which is good for them. FaZe are near enough nailed on as well. Our wonderful statistician, I asked him earlier, are they locked on? And he was like, pretty much they're going to be going to that wild card. It's extremely unlikely that they won't, but there's still obviously that tiny, infinitesimally small chance that they won't be. Otherwise, you have to look at those 5th, 6th, and maybe even 7th spots, depending on how well North America can do in Boston, to see who is going to be going through into those wild cards. So if you're a fan of Optic, Dig, Furia, NRG, even Shopify Rebellion, really, if they go absolutely crazy towards the end of this split, yeah, there's chances for them to make it through to that wild card. But those 5th and 6th spots currently occupied by SSG and V1, they're the ones to really keep your eye on if you're a fan of any of these players.
And it's realistic that Dignitas, Furia, NRG, Shopify need to perform well at the spring season to clinch, so it's not out of the realm of possibility there.
And just taking a look honing in on this split itself, looking at the spring points, this lemon is still wide open at this point.
Oh yeah, the big top 3 going into the major are obviously FaZe, Gen G, Complexity. FaZe had that kind of flop in the open, but pigs will start flying if FaZe don't make the major. But the 2 question marks for me are M80 and Koi. Anyone can still make the major, so no one's out of the running, but Koi and M80 look strong to me. It's unlikely they make Worlds, but making their first major, I think, is the cool storyline for them. Koi especially look in top form. They brought G2 to a Game 5 in the open. They beat NRG and Shopify in a close qualifier for Spring Cup, so I could see Koi rattling some cages for a spot at the major.
I'd like to just put the petition forward that we refer to M80 as matey. Can we all sign off on that?
Matey,
Matey's
no.
just better. Matey, they're matey, surely.
Well, yeah, as long as we'll find out if we're making the mad for that. But yeah,
I'm sure they're fine
be.
with it. If I get tweeted, then okay, so be it. But otherwise, they're matey until proven otherwise.
Here's the thing. We always talk good about them, and I love to see them doing well. So but we're balancing it out, that's for sure. Taking a look at the points, of course, 24 points. We were just taking a look at the spring points and saying it's wide open, and this is why. Because getting a first-place finish here, which, again, very difficult for some of those lower teams, is huge and can bring them right to the skyrocket, right to the top, Stumpy. And, I mean, that would also be a 30K,
Just a little bit of chump change on a weekend.
Just a little chump change. Yeah. But the points really is what they're probably looking at, Stumpy.
Yeah, and obviously spring is going to be the highest points given out of any of our regional events. It's increased on winter. It's obviously increased on fall as well. 24 points is massive. Bear in mind that right now we're seeing the 5th spot is Space Station rocking around 80 or so. That's like a quarter of their entire points that you could be earning just finishing first once. Like it's gigantic. And spring is not only the regionals, it's of course the major, where even more points are handed out. This is where we see the turbulence of a lot of these regions really start to fall. But yeah, you got to be kicking it off. Got to do well in the open, then here now in the cup. Hey,
you know what? Keep talking. It's bracket time. This thing's big, but it's pretty simple. It's pretty straightforward.
Easy. All right. People, this is not your first rodeo. This is not your first RLCS.
Oh, it might
you watched, okay, if it is your first rodeo, hello, welcome, I'm Stumpy. It's beautiful to talk to you. Otherwise, listen with your big old ears. This is a double elimination bracket. You go through in all of those wonderful uppers, you're fine. You have 2 lives. Every single team in this bracket has 2 lives. If you lose once, you're going to go down into that lower rounds and have to work your way through even further. In that grand final, as we said, each team has 2 lives. The winner going from that into the upper final, they need to be beaten twice in what is known as a bracket reset. So just bear in mind, every team's got 2 lives, get through to those finals, the top team has to be beaten twice. And that is where those 24 points and the 30 big ones are going to be earned.
Yeah, this is great too, Lemon. I mean, just the amount of teams here and storylines that end up being pushed through is incredible. But a reminder, just so you know, on this mainstream, we're going to be showing 4 matches today. And there's so many matches, we won't be able to get them all in here. So there are team streams going on. So get across whatever platform you're watching on and make sure you're watching your favorite team in their chat and supporting them. But we do have the upper bracket round 1 and quarterfinals. Then we drop to the lower bracket later on today and eliminate some teams. But yeah, Lemon, as I was saying, so many storylines coming in today, even just in round 1 here.
I know there's so many good matches. You know, some that look more one-sided than others, but one match that I'm looking forward to is G2 versus Koi. Oh man,
you're all on Koi right now.
Yeah, they're just such an interesting team. They dropped down to lowers and brought G2 to a game 5. And I've already said Koi look in form. They came in as the second seed, but G2 also looks solid. They finished 5th in the Open, but G2 lost to Sup in their first match of the Open. So G2 can have slow starts to their tournaments. So that's the big question mark.
That's for sure. But we do have to focus in on the one that we're going to be showcasing here on the mainstream. Let's start talking about that now because kickoff is slowly approaching us. Version 1 is going to be facing off against Shopify Rebellion. A great first match. Something we've heard a few times now. Some eyes on Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, I was on First Touch this week. Thank you boys for inviting me on. And I was alongside Rise, who just pointed out Shopify Rebellion as watch this team. I think it was back in Two Piece in particular. Like, they are a team that I feel like we see them in these regional events so often. We always see Memory, we always see Path, we always see Two Piece. And Shopify Rebellion are a brand and an org that have been around a decent while too. It'd be good to see them really get these higher and higher results. And they're a team that we identified earlier in the show as being able to potentially have a big result and then maybe a middling result. And then we'll see them at one of these majors. But yeah, I think Rebellion are a team that are going to have to wrestle this away from a version 1 that, quite frankly, need to impress us this week.
Oh yeah, and this rematch, it's a rematch, y'all. It's deja vu of like the first match of the Open, where version 1 beat them 3-0 and have won most of their matches against Shopify. So I still think it'll be a good match.
Oh yeah.
Chat, let us know what your thoughts are. You know what to do. Hashtags in the chat, V1 or SR. Honestly, I could see this being pretty even. A lot of hope, I think, around V1. This is a team that just on paper should be doing well. I love the story of Calm too, going from almost not being there to teaming with 2 of the best players in the region.
The luck of that man.
Right. So I think this is huge. Getting good performance for Calm specifically too is massive to continue to prove himself as a valuable asset to the team. You know, he knows he's a good player. We all know he's a good player. So slotting in with those players, those other 2 is going to be huge. So let's get your thoughts real quick. Who do you guys think is going to take this one? Stumpy.
I'm gonna have to go with, firstly, I like orgs that go for different colors instead of just going for your classic oranges, your classic blues. V1 win for me just on that color front regardless. Put down as V1 there anyway, but also this is do or die for V1, I feel. Not necessarily this round, but this regionals for sure. They need to get a good result. They have to prove that Dan and B mode, they are that duo that's going to be deadly in North America.
Okay, and you're disagreeing with Rise. All right, how about you, Lemon?
Souls Rise.
I still think version 1 are going to win, but they're still working out some kinks, so I still think the series will be close. Okay,
so V1 on the board for you. I'm going Shopify. They gave me a sweater one time, so I've been bribed. And also, again, I'm going to go with Rise. I think this is a squad. You've seen these players multiple times poke their way into regionals and not go extremely far, but we know they have that experience here. So maybe look that way. I think it'll be good. Regardless, though, Lemon, Stumpy, we got our first match on hand. Let's take a look.
I mean, look, we went 2-1 on the desk here, Lemon. It was 70-30 in the chat towards version 1 as well. This really feels like it's going to be quite a close match, but V1 absolutely don't want it to be. This is where they need to start off their Spring Cup the best way possible.
Yeah, version 1 might be 6-1 in matches against Shopify, but it was Shopify that actually got further in the Open than version 1, despite Shopify dropping in the lower bracket that much earlier. But it's already a quick offense for Shopify. This is an important match for so many teams, including both of these teams who ideally want to make that spring major, and especially for Shopify in version 1 to make Worlds, although Shopify is a bit of a longer road.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're looking at North America over in the spring ranking, with version 1 being, I'm going to say, a disappointing 8th, because it was a team that came into this North American split and we were thinking, okay, these 2 boys now teamed up together alongside Com. That's like a winning team. That is a recipe that could see silverware and gold fall by their side. But they are only just beaten out by Shopify, who have been having a decent chance at the start of this match as well. Daniel can't quite work it around the side of 2Piece, but a couple of lovely ceiling passes leads to a very flat shot from the both, but still manages to actually find his way in. Double defense, but 0 saves.
Parth is an exciting player. Third player to join this roster, been on the team since 2021, and Shopify is the second team he's been able to make a regional with, and Shopify on the climb up with an early goal and an early offense that they were able to convert on. So it's good to see that Shopify aren't feeling too boomed despite kind of looking at the match stats.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at, like you said, it's a 6-1 so far between these two teams. V1 are quite easily far and away the better team when you just look at them historically. But I mean, we're saying this is a very close one. Beast Mode shooting towards that close post. Com rather passing it back towards Beast Mode with not too much boost. He has to go for one reset. Does get it, but immediately caught out by Memory. Now the midfield and the ball given away by Com. Daniel has to have that very stubborn goal line defense with a reset just to try and fake out a couple of plays. Does manage to do so. In a minute and a half, it's Shopify Rebellion, that team that are the nearly men so frequently. They seem to have the edge.
Yeah, for now. Shopify haven't made a major since like 2021, so this, although the world's chances seem so far away, making a major would just mean so much to especially someone like Memory. Good defense though from Parth, but the ball is still in the hands of version 1. Daniel in the midfield getting overwhelmed, will be pushed back, grabs corner boost as Rebellion taking up that space. 2Piece, second touch, not where he wanted, but he needs the boost to work with anyway.
I think it's also worth mentioning that for anybody that is thinking, oh my gosh, we were having a load of majors in 2021 in Rocket League. Unfortunately, we weren't. It was a North American major only, hence Shopify were able to sneak their way in there. There was no international competition. That's why, they managed to get through, and there were 8 teams going to that major, I believe it was. But they still went to Game 7 versus a very strong phase back in the day. So decent chances to be able to work their way up into another, hopefully, international major for that brand as well. But a good defense coming out from 2Piece. Works around a couple of players, and then that back right corner, Dan has to be picking up. But the boost still coming from Beast Mode, then a couple of awkward outplays. Beast Mode just manages to work it all the way back into the opposite facing corner. And good game management so far from Shopify Rebellion, with not many chances really arising, as Daniel and Beast Mode I feel like they've just been pretty quiet, or at least they've been muted by the Rebellion side.
Yeah, I like the aggression coming out of especially 2Piece and Memory on the front lines. 2Piece, I was looking at his bio, and he's 16, and he's been competing since he's 12. Like, I can't think of what I was doing when I was 12, but I'm watching what Beast Mode is doing with an open net and demos across the board.
B-Mode managing to work with a couple of demos going his side, and Com going back to those old, wonderful social media calling cringe tricks, getting a couple of demos, getting rid of the players. If you can make it a 1v3 of a 2v3, you may as well. Beast Mode able to shoot just wide of the target on this chance. Murray can beat him out, but Com has been the demo leader so frequently in these regional events. I feel like he's just waiting to get back into those spots where they can become event leaders again.
Oh yeah, even though Shopify haven't been to a major in a while, Beast Mode second touch not on target, but the pressure is on. Version 1 uncharacteristic that they missed the winter majors, so making the spring major is important to them. It also would be a major red flag if they missed 2 majors in a row, as Memory sets it up. No, Daniel protects the backboard. We have still an even game with a minute 10 left. Com with the demos. Version 1, really physical this game.
I think red flag is a great way to put it as well, because I really can't overstate just how much we thought Dan and Beast Mode were going to be game changers. And on this game, they are changing up the entire landscape, working in tandem to terrorize the defense. Daniel lets the ball go, uses that flip to bump Path away. 2Piece from that side ball suddenly called into action. But B-Mode shooting towards that far post, and under a minute left, V1, despite having the pressure against them, Daniel and B-Mode both over 400 points. Com is still under 100, so it's a slight carry from the deadly duo.
That deadly duo is exactly right. So much hype behind version 1 after the Gamers Without Borders win, and Daniel bringing that one's experience, those mechanics that version 1 can depend on. But Beast Mode can only do so much in a 1v2. He still sits into the box, and a demo opens it up. Version 1 are bullies on the field.
I love seeing Dan go for that one pass and then intelligently seeing the Path has to slow down as to whether the ball to bounce out. goes straight in the path of him, can get rid of him from the pitch as well. That's 3 goals for V1, all picked up very late in this game as well. But both Dan and B-Mode really starting to turn on their game. There 30 seconds remaining though. It's still Shopify Rebellion who had the control of the majority of this game, to be honest. And a pass central cut out by Com on that opportunity. One touch central from him, path. That goal line defense being completely vital, but a lovely boost still from Com and some time wasting. A pass down. It is starting to just tick away, and the final 10 is for Shopify Rebellion to get anything.
But if version 1 are going to need to demo every single time that they need a goal, like Shopify can realize that, maybe try to dodge it or counter with their own demos, but there is no saving against version 1 if you're just not alive. Version 1 came out guns blazing, 3-1 in game 1. After, like you said, Rebellion had the first goal. Parth, I think, was incredible on the defense when he was able to exist.
Leafex, the other wonderful Canadian on this here North American broadcast.
Not alone anymore.
What has gone on so far throughout the landscape of the RLCS?
Well, I can tell you exactly that in 3,
Thank you.
2, 1. Artificial timer. Well, I've been keeping an eye on G2 Koi just for Jen. Not going well for Koi. They're currently with 30 seconds left in game 1 getting Braziled. Yeah, that's not fun for them.
Oops.
Across the board, Optic Gaming taking their first game against M80. FaZe Clan, of course, getting Matey. Sorry, yes, my apologies.
Thank you.
FaZe Clan getting their first win against 0-1. I think that was expected as well. And Gen G getting theirs over Hey Bro. Other matches are still concluding at this point.
Okay, I mean, I feel like that's relatively expected so far. That is a huge result, though, for G2 going up against Koi. Lemon, I'm sorry, that's a hard result to hear, seeing as you were pulling for Koi just so.
It's rough. Maybe I thought Optic M80 could be interesting too. M80 had, quick shot on net. M80 had like a CECC Collegiate LAN at the same time as the Spring Open last weekend, so they kind of had this not so great performance with all the stress they were under. So I was thinking maybe that the schedule's freed up, M80 would look a bit better, but we'll see.
Actually, before I let you go again, I want to get one more result in here. Axel is actually up 1-0 on Complexity right now.
Oh.
Okay, the team that many people have been saying are the best team in North America at the moment after winning the previous Spring Open. And I think it's 3rd in the world, I saw the shift said today. Okay, very interesting. Okay, very big result for them too. Axel are, again, a team of players who frequently make it to these regional events. Daniel trying to get a goal here, and this here regional event isn't quite able to, but with another bump and no chances. Nothing can apparate for V1 just yet. But no, that's a very big result for Axel so far. Make sure, bear in mind, everybody, if you are a fan of any of these individual teams, go and look at their team broadcast. Go and find them on Twitch or YouTube, wherever they are streaming. Have a little gander, see what the casters are saying. And Daniel is wanting us, I'm sure, to talk about this game. Sorry, Dan, attention's back on you, pal.
Yeah, the Daniel just solo play, pinching it off the ground. Didn't get past the 2 members of Shopify. Version 1, less physical, at least, to right out the gates. Daniel, the 50 that almost goes in to the left post. The pressure is on. Parth at least can break through the midfield. 2-piece is set up at the corner. Wasn't able to get the corner boost, so doesn't have resources to keep this going. As Com is bumping Parth from saving it. What a play!
Can we look at Com on this play? If we got the, if we have the ops, because look at his movement. Completely sees that ball going in the way and jumps straight to the side wall. Sees that Parth is going to be in the exact place where that ball is going to head. Knows he doesn't need to get a touch on the ball. Brilliant third eye play from Com, and then secures a goal of his own. Outstanding play from the man who has ended up on a team with 2 of the best in North America at the moment, proving that it's not just that 2-man show.
Com, just longest standing player on the roster, and he was the interview guy at the Gamers Without Borders because there was just so much attention on Beast Mode and Daniel. But Com, this is the most successful roster he's been on, as Daniel wants to pass to Beast Mode. This seems to be the dynamic duo the offense can rely on as version 1. If it's not going to be demos, it's got to be bumps, and Shopify have to fight out of this.
The pure physicality from V1, I feel like it's something that we've not seen them be able to do successfully for a little while. I feel like the top North American teams, they are going to be Like, they've figured out what V1 want to do, and they know how to play against it. There was a good time last year or so, actually, over at the Spring Major, where V1 did so incredibly well because people just could not deal with their bumps and demos. I like that they're sticking with it. They know their game plan because they are so fantastic at V-mode passing central. That angle, but yeah, more bumps.
Completely shove that one defender off to the side. Calm demos. 2-piece, though, takes advantage of that player out of position. 2-on-2. A 2-piece wins.
Love that play as well from 2-piece. He goes high, lures in beast mode, then gets that air roll touch around the side into the immediate challenge on the goal line. Dan heading backwards with 2-piece heading towards that net in his entirety. He can just about smush it through halfway through the game, and that is the goal deficit cut down.
Like that Calm just comes in to demo people. Maybe that's kind of what his role was in the Gamers Without Borders, the most like recent tournament to look at, and also the interview guy, as I mentioned. It's a great interview, but Daniel, at least Beast Mode is also taking corner boost. Daniel is bullying his way through. 2-piece, though, I think takes advantage of moments where the other team goes for demos, except when he's missing too.
I've also seen that D-Rex has said that Com is currently second in the world this season for demos per game. He's only behind Rettel somehow. So despite the fact that, V1 haven't had the best results, he is still going as hard as he can at these plays. Path landing on that ball rather than being punted straight at him on the ceiling, and Com removes him for that indiscretion.
Again, version 1. Going downfield, challenge from memory, goes to 2-piece, offense reinvigorated from Shopify until he just gets demoed.
Let them play the game, version 1, come on.
It works. if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So Shopify at least were able to score in a moment in this 2 versus 3. If Calm is going to put himself out of position, take somebody out with him, I think 2-piece has noticed those moments, is able to move downfield, but it's only happened once so far.
Calm with a good chance as well in this close third. Goes to the ceiling, but with no reset, he just gets beaten to that ball by 2-piece. Sent straight back into the corner, touched high, Path now to receive with third boost, has to make a lot with it. Instead, just lets that ball go back to Daniel. Daniel with a fully open net, one reset, the air dribble, nearly goes far too high with it, and has a needlessly good finish into the top left corner.
Yeah, I believe fully he gets the first reset and just tucks it into the upper 90. This was the most disgusting player to watch in the ones matches in the Gamer State tournament. It was gross. He made everyone look silly. So when he has the ball, he doesn't need someone to pass to. And mechanically, he doesn't miss those type of shots. 3-1 for version 1 as Parth brings his gloves out. And if Shopify can match that physicality, maybe that's what they're going to have to do to get through this.
Either match physicality or just get into better positions and be a little quicker than they're actually making V1 burn more boost to get these demos instead of actually being able to get them. But good bumps on that backboard by beast mode. Daniel now midfield. Nothing's going to happen. There's only 7 seconds remaining. V1 have got a game plan. They are sticking to it, and thus far it has earned them a 2-game lead in this best of 5.
And in similar fashion than the last time they met in the first match of the Open, only allowing Shopify to score not more than once per game, and even shutting them out in game 3. And version 1 have their own issues and maybe things that they have to work on, but Shopify, this is a style that they just can't seem to work against.
Leaf.
What?
No, you don't have to say what. You can say yes.
Oh, sorry. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it sounds weird. Stumpy's fine. What have you seen throughout the Hello Darling? What have you seen throughout the RLCS ecosphere?
Oh, lots of Rocket League, that's for sure. A couple goals here and there.
Good.
FaZe Clan on match point against 0-1. Complexity wasn't happy with their first loss. They took a game back against Team Axel. I do want to mention Fury is feeling hot today too. They won their first game against Dignitas 8-2. So we've had a couple large scoring games, that's for sure. And G2 not running away with their second game. It's only 3-1 with 20 seconds left in game 2, but that will put them on match point in their match. And I will just, I guess, NA fans out there, it seems to be, are fans of NRG. They took game 1 against Space Station. They're in game 2 right now. So, decent start. Obviously, that can turn around, but you like to see that start, I suppose, unless you're SSG.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, I'm a big NRG fan, Kiwa. I don't know about you.
I'm,
You better say yes, or people are not going to
People will come for you otherwise.
yes, because I don't want to be killed by the fans.
Very valid.
That's the right answer.
The Dignitas Furia match is going to expectation too. I think Dignitas are having a hard time since they dropped their coach, and they haven't been the same since. And Furia 3 of them in the open, it wasn't that close. So everything going according to the script, stumping in the first round.
I think so, yeah. I mean, if people want to be going and looking at any of these team streams again, go and give it a Google, see where they're streaming, especially the SSG NRG match. If you want the Space Station broadcast, it's just /Space Station. NRG is just /NRG. They make it nice and easy for us when we try and plug them as well. And if you want to be watching the individual casters for version 1 or Shopify Rebellion, and you might want to be hearing the Shopify Rebellion response to that one, that's going to be Vodable and Rome over on the Shopify Rebellion stream, and Supersonic and Lawler on version 1. But what a corker, top bins!
Shopify with an early start, just like they did in game 1. They're always quick to strike first, but maintaining that momentum once version 1 get into the groove, and especially playing behind a lot of confidence as version 1 either are demoing them or being physical with them. And you started to see Shopify bring that at the end of having their own demos, but at least getting on top of the ball. If Shopify can take quick shots, as you mentioned, then there won't be time to demo.
And also, let's correct myself, NRG did not make it easy for me. It is NRG GG, if you want to go and see them. So it's still relatively easy, but it's not quite as neat as the lovely section. Yeah, I mean, that's a great start for Shopify, getting an early goal in the game, making sure that they are going on as they intend to continue as well, or they start as they intend to continue. It's going to be very important for them. Beast might get one flip reset from the ceiling, down with one, down for that double. The dunk isn't quite going to be going his way. Instead, now falls to Memory in the midfield to be getting just a decent pass. Unfortunately, where he passes to is going to be down in the sky. No reset. Instead, backboard leaves it out, and Memory removes Com, the man to shoot.
Yeah, version 1, they just quickly back up for boost, and they're right back applying the pressure. Beast mode wins the corner, gives the ball to Com. Two-piece challenge, wins the 50. As Daniel with the second touch towards backboard. Com takes one out, 3-on-2 for version 1. But two-piece wins that against beast mode, so Shopify breakout only for a few seconds.
It's got 2 minutes gone now, and it's going to be a decent bounce into that midfield. Two-piece with boost, but just sending that ball away a little bit too early. Both Com and beast mode committing on that ball together. Those two having a decent tenure on this team as well. Don't know what that is now, but they seem to be a relatively long-lasting duo, at least in the world of the RLCS.
Well, something now that you have two Canadians you have to deal with on the desk, like you have to learn hockey terminology where Com is like this fighter, the brawler that you put on the ice who is sure like good at the game, but you really bring him out to oh my god, the passes to Daniel in the upper 90. Who cares how much you fight when you got this kind of play?
I mean, he still punches it down towards Daniel, so he's brawling that ball back towards that new man on version 1. A brilliant pass down. I love the fact that he could have shot there, and it would have just been a bit of an awkward 50. Instead, he can go for that lovely pass, gets the player in position, and Dan, the new man on the team, what a position he found himself into. That duo is really starting to heat up as well. A triple demo in the top right corner. Sees it fall briefly to a 2v1, I believe that would have been. But with 2 minutes just starting to tick down, Daniel with one reset, he goes over the top, and a very important touch from Path, otherwise Com was there to shoot, and a beast mode fake out leads to continued pressure for the purple side.
I need to clean my glasses because I am not sure what game I'm watching. Is it Team Deathmatch? Is it Car Stalker? What's going on? Daniel and Com trying to connect. Really, Com would rather connect with the other team than the ball, but hey, if he can score, he'll take it. This two-piece is now demoing. That's what I think. This is more Team Deathmatch than anything.
I love it. It's great. I like it when the game gets weirdly physical, and it's just like watching a brawl. Using hockey terminology, I'm not sure if you've heard of hockey. I know you're Canadian, if you guys are particularly big on it, but there's a brawler actually in teams, I've heard.
Yeah, I told you about it. I told you, Com is the one who brings out the gloves. He's the fighter.
Taidomi.
Yeah.
Leaf, I don't know if you can hear Leaf. Leaf just said something that to me was completely incomprehensible, but it sounded very Canadian. Oh, okay. It was also
I tried to get my Canadian translation out, but... All right, Com to the backboard. The protection, the ball came in slow, so it gave time for Shopify to go for a clear. Hey, look, they're able to clear without getting demoed. Memory can't win the challenge, though. Gives Daniel the ball, has the reset available. Good dribble, almost right to the net. But Beast Mode cleans it up. Version 1 with the lead.
Dan pulling 2 players to that challenge as well, and then getting a bump on that side roll as well. The man does all 3, and Beast Mode there to clean up. Under a minute remaining, V1 earn themselves the lead. And the 3-0 in the series looking more and more likely with every second that ticks away from Shopify Rebellion's little old egg timer.
Shopify Rebellion, you need to get more than 1. I'm begging. You cannot follow the script from the open where you can't score more than once. I know it's difficult against version 1. You can't even get out of your own end without getting demoed. 2Piece must be frustrated. This must be a frustrating team to play against because version 1 have not let up a single time. How are you supposed to play the ball when you got to see what Calm is up to all the time?
I mean, there's also the fact that we've had 2 3-1s in a row. So version 1, the least you can do, lads, is make it another 3-1 to make the series a 3-0. The final 10 seconds is going to see Shopify Rebellion not wanting that to happen whatsoever. Zero Boost Com just goes to pressure that ball. Sent high from Daniel, just to pressure 2Piece. Gives control of that ball away. Sends Central again. Com with no boost, but Beast Mode with 1 challenge. Dan has to make the touch. Instead, fakes it out completely. A more intelligent option, but a terrifying one with no defense behind him. A 3-0 for version 1 in our opening series of the Spring Cup.
Well, will their road go just as far? Because remember, version 1 beat Shopify in the first match of the open bracket. Shopify are the ones who made a deeper losers bracket run. So your favorite team is not out yet, as version 1 will move on to a more difficult opponent. But yeah, second life on the line.
Not bad at all. Leafx, Brody, what's going on?
Nothing. Just watch the Rocket League hanging out. Lots of 3-0s. Lots of 3-0s coming in, starting to lock their way. And we'll have a couple that'll go the distance, but we do have, Optic Gaming 3-0ing M80. They're done. We have FaZe Clan, of course, getting their win 3-0ing 0-1, dropping them down to the lower bracket. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, on screen, we're going to get some of the other matches now. We have Furia Dignitas was at a 2-0 for Furia, but it looks like on the break, so I'm not sure if that score has changed since then. And G2, of course, was just sitting at match point against Koi. And here we are with the Space Station NRG match, tied 1 apiece.
Okay, I'm intrigued about SSG and NRG because SSG have actually been on a pretty good uptrend recently. They were relatively disappointing, I think is probably fair to say, where people were thinking that SSG should be doing a lot better. And then this is the event where this is the split rather, that they've managed to do so. So they got 13 points over in the Spring Open. Where did they finish on that bad boy? Oh, that was 4th. Okay, yes, they did really well. And yeah, NRG though, if they're pushing them to, they were in the 3rd game now and it's 1 apiece, they've done a good job so far because, Leaf, I don't know if you agree with what the general sentiment seems to be around NRG at the moment, and I'd hate to implicate you in my opinion.
Okay.
But, come on.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think the overall idea with NRG right now is that the sticking together is commendable, but they've stuck together long enough for us to understand. I don't think this roster is going to push them too far deep into the top of North America. And when you're getting players with that drive that haven't ever hit the top, like some of the players are on SSG, you're going to have a lot more drive to continue to update their play style towards where the meta is. And I think they're just overall going to be a stronger bet in the long run than a team like NRG. Sorry, NRG.
I thought SSG looked good in the Spring Open. I think we were talking about flags earlier, a stumpy, red flags, green flags. Well, I think SSG's win over Furia was a big green flag for me to showcase their strength. And, finished 4th, as you mentioned, but NRG finished top 12 at the Open. So it's enough said in terms of the expectations for this match, where I'm favoring SSG.
Yeah, I think SSG as well. We've seen the release of Daniel. That was the big question mark. Is Daniel the man that is going to be challenging SSG? Is he the one that's going to be lifting them up to the level that they have been at? But they had some disappointing results. They get rid of him, and now they're doing better. I can't argue with that. Hoxer and LJ are just a better team alongside Arsenal, who for some reason is spelling his name with a Z. Don't know why. Arsenal, he just chucked a Z in there, or a Z if you're North American. Arsenal, fair enough. But yeah, 4th so far. If they can go to a major, I'd be very excited to see them because we know what energy Arsenal brings at those majors. That man loves to shout.
And no. I just want to point out, with the three of us on the broadcast, it's Zed. And there's no one here on this desk to argue that.
Oh, do you guys say Zed as well?
Yeah, we're not weird.
Oh, I love that for you guys. Okay, good stuff.
I've been kind of converted, though. I kind of say.
Desk. You were doing so well, too.
I was doing eagle noise, but I don't want to break people's headsets.
We're just going to become a zoo comms over here.
What the heck is a kilometer? Am I right?
Am I right? But I mean, look, we're now seeing HeyBro versus Gen G is over on twitch.tv/Widow as well, one of their content creators, fantastic content creator at that as well. The final minute, and HeyBro, the fact that this is being brought to, yes, it's the final minute, they're 2-0 down in the series. But I think Nolly's only just scored, unless I saw that wrong. But what a good showing from HeyBro this is to start with.
Yeah, HeyBro did okay in the close qualifier, 4th place. I was expecting a Gen G sweep or maybe dropping one game, but I feel like I'm doing such a disservice to hockey. I was such a big fan from the CRL. So I should have a little bit of hope for HeyBro, but Gen G are just next level and a top 3 team, so it's hard to bet against them.
Hey, it sounds like we have a listen in with Widow ready in the final seconds here. So let's see if we get some excitement going into the final seconds.
They need to set things up. Hockey trying to look downfield for a bump. Can he grab it? It won't even matter. Chronic able to get a piece of that ball. Ayers tries to go up to get a follow-up, not working, and this one will roll all the way down, and we have another overtime. I believe we have had an overtime every single game in this series.
I do think we have. I do think we've had an overtime every game of this series, and it's not great for my anxiety, but the team has managed so far to do well in each of these overtimes, and we just needed to do them one more. We just need to see them do it one more time to see them win this series. Jack looking to send it over Creams. He does on the backboard, but Creams has that clear. Nolly reaching for the ball, sending it back over to the blue net. Great pressure from Gen G Mobile One Racing, looking to score very quickly in this overtime.
Pressure's amazing. Every time someone goes on the ball, you can see it when they rotate out. They're looking for a bump. They're looking for boost. Anything they can do to get out in front. Even Jack right now, he was looking for a bump out in front. He does get one too as well. And that pressure is going to continue to mount. HeyBro is going to see if they can be up to the task. The shot comes through. Oh, Ayers. Goal line save there, but Gigi's not done. Jack's looking for another. Does he have it? Yes! Absolutely incredible from Jack to win the series.
My God, sends it right over Eris into the net, and that is Jack.
Not expected, of course, right? Expected result. You hate to see it for HeyBro, but of course for Gen G, I feel like that was kind of expected result. Oh, I do want to let you know, by the way, chat was pointing out, Stumpy, that he's using a Z because it's Arsenal. Everyone's trying to channel their inner Zen right now. Yeah.
That's clever. Right, yes, I'm just stupid. That's fine.
Yeah, that's why you didn't get it.
It's fine if I'm stupid. I just want to make sure that there is a reason. Zenel. That's clever. I like that. Fair play. I want to see him at a major for more now because he had a clever name once. What a guy. But yeah, Gen G taking that down. 3-0. Expected result, but not expected to have an overtime. Gen G, I'm sure, will be asking questions of themselves for even getting to an overtime. Things right now, they're in that, one of the top 4 spots in the world. I mean, we see ourselves now with Furia and Dignitas. Furia have only just evened up this game, Leaf.
Yeah, I was going to say is, interestingly enough, just to remind you guys, that it was 8-2 Lemon in the first game. So for Dignitas to settle that down is good. That's not easy to calm down a team like Furia when they're on the roll like that.
Yeah, because for Furia, the last time they faced them, it was a 3-0, and been hearing a lot of conversation about how big of a difference Dignitas's coaching staff, once they dropped their old coach, how different Dignitas looked, and not a lot of hope behind them, but just for the fact that they're able to take a game, you see the improvements. This is a close game 4 that we're at now, so Dignitas could be just setting those improvements and improving their mental as well, which on a day 1 tournament with high stakes like this, it's important to see.
Okay, unless they're about to score. Okay, you know what? I want to get the hype of Jorby.
I want Jorby.
Let's get down to the field of Jorby.
Here comes that stingy defense. Furia got to find a way through. You wanted to see the demos. You wanted to see the chips. And the shot was not good enough. They had the opening. Evo, lead man. Ball cut away from him. Lost. Makes a big challenge. Lost. Tries for the bump. Forces Andy off of it. Yan, everyone getting bumped. Furia, they got to take this chance. But there's one player in front. It was Drees. While two players get tied up in front, Drees was the only guy that Lost had to be concerned about. And he was not bumped. He was ready for the challenge, so Lost couldn't immediately turn on it. But here comes Yan, taken away by Evo. Lost, picking it back up on the boost. Now he's got the 50, a quick swing. That's a tough bounce to read for anybody. And he's got to let it drop. Drees looking for the clear out. Card, still got boost. The King puts it all through the box. Yan, denied! Andy jumps in front for the save. Another one for Lost. He lets it go. Smart. Even if he didn't intend it, tactical. Here it comes to the corner. Furia looking for that push in front of the box. Dignitas, how in the world have they held the line through all the bumps, through all the pressure? Here they come downfield. The catch from Yan completely stuffs Dignitas' counterattack. Despite the effort they had on defense, they get another transition. Here's Drees on the counter. Drees for two! What a save from Lost! Evo gets another one. It's too light, save from Yan, but the double commit from Card. They get down. Yan buys a little bit of time. Andy on the dribble. Wait, Card, he gets chipped. Now he doesn't get a chance at the ball. Dignitas, that little chip from Card, or on Card, literally saved them. We were on the cam. We saw it. Card for sure would have had a free shot on target. It would have been GG right there. But Dignitas instead, they don't let it happen. They bump Card off the play. Now they get more offense. Oh, again, Furia. Now they're putting on a defensive stand worthy of mention of their own. That's going to be a free ball here for Yan as overtime continues. High one. He doesn't have it. Yan drop down for Andy. Drees right behind it as well. Great close down as Yan steals more boost. Yan across for Furia. Really trying to break the levees of this Dignitas wall and try to make these goals flow a little bit. Oh, he hops up a little bit on the short hop. Does he get the bump? He pushes Andy out of the way, but Drees is there to save him. Another push for Lost. Lost got another 50, but it's Andy getting in the way routinely. And then it's Drees. If Andy gets bumped, he's there to back his boy up. These guys playing for each other right now and playing so well. What a power hit. From the angle I was looking at initially, I was like, oh no, Lost has to jump. But here he comes again. Lost pushes it up. What a regain from Dignitas. They have turned this into an entertaining round one matchup. And I don't think it's for lack of trying on Furia. They have whipped everything out. Now Lost in a tough spot. Great soft touch, and Yan there to pick it up. Another close try here as Yan pulls it around the corner. Here he comes over one. Now he's got two to beat. Drees misses it. A pass! The King! It's over! We move on!
Let's go, let's go. How many saves does this Dignitas roster have throughout the match? There's so many.
That's well, at least when he's casting, that's the result that you end up wanting.
Yeah,
a good old reliable Jorby giving us the energy. Vamos for Furia. But again, another expected result. In my opinion, Stumpy, they'll go face off against FaZe Clan in the upper quarterfinals.
I mean, I feel like it's one of those results where you see Furia win and you think, yeah, that's the one that we would see normally going through. But Furia, they have got a lot of space to grow into, especially in spring. They didn't manage to make it to the previous major either. They've got a lot to prove at the moment. And they've got a lot of very critical fans, considering the rating that they've been given so frequently of being one of the top teams in North America after moving. Complexity, their countrymen managing to, or most of their countrymen managing to win out that match as well. But yeah, Furia, they've got a lot to prove for themselves. Can they be taking one of those other North American spots?
And the only thing to think about is, like, are FaZe at the top of their game? You know, there was that kind of uncharacteristic flop in the last Open, but I don't think FaZe would ever let that happen again.
You'd hope not.
I just don't see that.
Maybe,
they're a bit of a wobbly, bless them, but I reckon they're back on the horse.
But again, that complexity result, again, what we expected. Good on Axel to keep him on the ropes. But after a regional win off that Open, the Spring Open last time, Complexity obviously wants to replicate similar results and not give up that first place position that they have on the Spring Points leaderboard right now. So now we're taking a look at NRG Space Station going to Game 5. This is exciting, which means you're probably going to want to hear the casters. Let's get down there and see what James and Sis have to say.
Justin hits the shot That was beautiful.
I mean, absolutely stunning shot. Squishy with a nice pass, slows it down. Justin uses the corner of the Octane with flip cancels to get as much power as possible on the ball. Absolutely launches that into the net. Even if you wanted to save it, you couldn't. I mean, that's just maximum power.
I'm sure if it existed, a touch like that would have the home run bat sound from Smash.
Exactly.
You know, like that. Oh my gosh, what a hit. NRG, they have the lead. Can they close it out? Space Station. With Hoxer, they reached new heights where they weren't even getting to with Daniel. NRG has been down, but they're not out. And this would do wonders for their chance. It's going to be difficult to make it back to the World Championship, but if that journey does have a path, it looks a lot like this. Squishy in the corner, going for the
good slow
Squishy
play.
Doing so much unexpected plays there. I think we were expecting the mid pass, but Squishy being unpredictable.
Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, that's huge. I mean, if that didn't get cleared out, right, if the Energy defender is in the midfield, Squishy did his job there. You know, I think someone from Energy went a little too close. We couldn't see who was behind him, but his job was done well. He made them get a bad touch. They couldn't clear it out well. And then no one from the midfield was there to keep it in. So Squishy did his job well. Energy team just needs to look to help him out a little bit more.
And there's a double commit. No, it goes straight up off the ceiling.
I hate to see those, man.
Oh, that hurts.
I mean, these are the worst goals. It's just such a bad double commit.
I mean, it's like if one of them hits it, it's fine. But it's the fact that they both hit it and it goes straight up off the ceiling.
Yeah.
I mean, you see people send two all the time. You see FaZe do it. You see Gen G do it.
Yep.
You know, when you're just really trying to prevent the goal, you do send two. Now,
and he actually
Justin,
misses.
Oh,
He
Garrett,
didn't
they're going for the
expect it.
double. Oh, man. NRG, they're not giving up. But that was a scoring chance. And now a double tap ball from LJ. Rebound out. And it's slotted in by Arsenal.
And no one from Energy was able to make it to the back wall. LJ pushed the pace way too fast. Squishy got a pretty decent read, but LJ actually didn't score. Squishy was going for the save, and LJ, I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but he hits it off the crossbar, which is actually a better play because Squishy did have the save.
Justin trying to air dribble it. Garrett can get there first. It's the dunk on LJ. Hoxer trying to control it. He does so successfully. Infield pass is broken up, but it's a nice backward bounce. Double commit. Now off the ceiling. LJ trying to control it. Gets it around one, but Squishy will be able to hit Garrett on the outlet, but Hoxer stops the ball at the midfield. But nice challenge from Squishy. Arsenal doesn't make contact. Garrett and LJ will take it up the corner, but still provides a bit of a window for NRG here. Squishy with full boost at the mid. Squishy go for a solo play. Gets the dunk. Please bounce down. But Arsenal is there to clear this ball out. However, NRG with possession and a demo. Justin double tap off the ceiling over to Squishy. Squishy, the shot was potentially wide, but it was saved anyway. The defense for Space Station there. NRG trailing. Garrett is upfield. Justin loses possession now. This is going to be bad. LJ trying to read the double tap, and LJ missed. Garrett, can he get the clear? He can. So that gives NRG some hope. I thought that was going to be an easy goal for Space Station.
And it looked like an easy goal, James. I mean, he just had to literally hit it forward. I mean, it was... Oh, man. What happened, James?
Well, I mean, honestly, it was one of those plays where the ball just kicks out perfectly to your opponent. I mean, there wasn't really much time to react at the midfield. It was just a ball that lasered right to someone from Space Station. NRG going for net. Hoxer has been steady on defense. 2-goal deficit, under a minute left for NRG. Squishy just hurls it towards the Space Station net. Hoxer trying to weave around all the defense. Arsenal late flick. Squishy, nice clear off the line. And we'll boom it. It was off target. If that was on target, I think that might have beat the defense. Squishy been looking good today. Final 30 seconds. NRG cannot afford to give another one up. Justin in a 1v1 situation, going for the bump, but the ball didn't have enough pace.
Yeah.
And it's cleared from behind.
He had to push it a little bit more forward before going for that bump. I mean, if he's going to solo play that, he's got to know someone from their team is going to get back in time. That was probably their last chance, unless they could make something out of it here.
Oh, rebound.
Here's a chance.
Someone has to shoot.
No one's shooting.
And there's...
Oh, my God.
It hit both. I mean, that pretty much sums up
God.
the series, sums up the game.
So, thoughts?
It was close until it wasn't.
NRG. NRG, come on.
We had a lot of analogies we were going over during that about what we think
tell 'em,
NRG represents, right?
Leave, tell the people what you called NRG, please.
Well, I think NRG is like a toddler that's learning to ride a bike without training wheels, and every time they get 1 meter further, you think this is the one, and then they still fall off the bike. That's NRG or toddlers. That's rude.
It's more like a senior citizen on a bike with how long like those players have been competing for.
I want no part of this. NRG fans, I've told them to break up multiple times, but find solace with me. I want them to succeed every single time.
You're always rooting for them, and then they keep falling off the bike.
Always
We'll see what happens to the bike in the lower bracket as NRG makes their way down there, and Space Station does carry on to face off against Gen G. Our next matchup after the break is going to be G2 Esports facing off against Optic Gaming as our North American Cup presented by Mobile One carries on.
All throughout my career, I've never been able to attend Worlds. I've never been in a position to be competing for it, but this is my first chance I've had in my whole career, so I'm hoping to convert on it and make it to Worlds for the first
Quite
time.
to be, but it does let Dignitas in. Here's Andy.
Okay.
Touches into the top corner. Did get their first goal.
Every regional is super important, and an underrated aspect of the regionals is, especially when you play teams that are in contention for the world spots, those are really important because every time you beat a team that you're in contention with, you send them down while sending yourself up, and every point means more.
Again, straight away after. That's a good kick off from them, though. Dries, he hammers it. Absolute arrow, and suddenly it's 4-3.
San Diego was a really valuable experience for me and the team. As our first LAN, and me and Evo's first LAN specifically, Dries has been there before, but I'm sure the experience was valuable to him as well. It was just really important to be there because we got to compete with the best of the best, and we learned a lot from that. And even though we didn't get the result we wanted, we definitely took a lot from that experience, and I think it will show in the future.
And it's still on the goal line and pushed through by Dries. Big man plays right there.
I think we can make the rest of the spring split a really good one, and just have fun with it. I think the pressure is more on the other teams than it is on us, and we're just excited to compete alongside them and ready to prove some people wrong.
Foul. Now it's threes. Drop off for Evo, and he'll get one here just before the halfway mark. And a little spark of life for Dick.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh man, would you look at me? You're just another one-hit wonder, that's what everyone sees. Ain't it funny how you wanna be the best, but you can't even get up and get dressed? Wasted, face it, you're never gonna make it. Rockstar, you won't get far. And I know you're confused. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Oh man, what a lie, what a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield, 1974. I think I'm going insane. I'm feeling crazy. Can't get it out of my head. Oh no, if the devil inside takes hold, then I just might wind up dead. Wasted, face it, you're never gonna be the one. Rockstar, you won't get far, but at least you had fun. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, a king or a queen, as long as you got a dream. Oh no, it's a lot, they just wanna take your life, try to tell you it's a battlefield. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Oh man, what a lie, what a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield, 1974.
I don't give a about it, except I do. I don't wanna hear about it unless it's from you. Don't tell me that love is a game, baby. I don't wanna play the same old king games. Don't tell me that you're gonna change, 'cause I know that's what they always say. Maybe it's dangerous for you to try to control me. It won't be safe for us. That's not how love's supposed to be. The fact that you know me, you act like you own me. You're gonna be lonely soon, you'll see. Baby, it's dangerous. It's dangerous.
Well, hello, and welcome back to the North American Cup presented by Mobile One. I'm Leaf, and Lemon and Stumpy are joining again. They want a little more action at Rocket League, as we had a good first round there. Lemon, this was, let's just take a glance at the bracket too while we chat, but I was a good first round. We saw some early starts to some of these matches with explosive goals like 7-1 and 8-2 leads to some of them, but a lot of the results are the ones that we expected.
Yeah, I gotta say though that a lot of the underdogs prove that they've made improvements since the Open. Like I'm thinking about NRG going to Game 5 instead of maybe getting 3-0'd or 3-1. Even Dignitas taking a game against Furia. The one game I thought was gonna be close of G2 and Koi was a 3-0, so throwing some scripts out the window. Version 1, they followed the script with a 3-0 over Shopify, and Team Axel's surprising game over complexity, but it was only the first one, so still warming up.
And now some beefy quarterfinals we've got as well, going largely the way that we would have expected, but we got not on here, but we have Complexity version 1, there's FaZe Clan versus Furia, and Genji versus Space Station, which I think are all going to chalk up to be incredible series. North America every single time gets more and more stacked, more and more terrifying, and that fourth, fifth spot, they get even harder to lock in. But Leaf, mate, we're having a little old gandery goose at G2 versus Optic.
We are indeed. I just want to remind people that down in that lower bracket, some of your teams are still here. You didn't get to see them. They're hiding, waiting for the next round. But right now, we have to send some more teams through the upper bracket. Of course, that's Optic Gaming facing off against G2 Esports. Apparently they're already cursed. Because we're watching this, we've already had Bates not liking this.
He's already having a cry, isn't he?
He's already upset that G2's on the main broadcast right now. So maybe Optic has a chance. But the real story here, Lemon, is that the Optic has been having a bit more of a rise through the recent split in their games, and they're looking a lot more like a contender to some of those top teams.
Yeah, that's the big story for Optic. It's the rise of Optic. They missed out on the fall and the winter major, so they're on good track to make the spring major. They found their stride, and it's good to see them back on top. Third place also in the third place in points for the spring major and 7th for Worlds, so they can still make that run. So this is their big push for spring.
I think the risk, honestly, I think, Stumpy, everyone's happy to see Optic having a bit of a ride, because I think a lot of people have been saying, hey, look at that roster. This is a team we want to see do well, and then they weren't at the beginning. So seeing them start to compete is good. Obviously not for G2. They're going to want as easy a run through this bracket as possible. But for everyone just watching Optic, I think people were pretty excited.
They've got an extremely big fan base, but Optic as an org are gigantic. They are the green wall. They are North America's answer to the blue wall over for Carmine Corp. I think Optic Gaming getting that third place is their best result that they have had so far this entire season. They've had those 2 top 4 finishes in a row, including the Winter Invitational. They want to make this spring majors, and they have a better chance of earning points than going through to Worlds, ideally for them. For that reason, as well, I will say that I've got Optic Gaming for this. I back the regain. I want them to do well. I love just the vibe of that team too. And Rettles on LAN is always a treat.
You know what, Stumpy? I don't care what you think. I care what Chet thinks. That's it. Because our match is about ready. So let's see what you guys are thinking. Nice! Optic is, again, the belief is there. It's actually surprising to see G2 at such a low fan percent, Lemon. So yeah, this is, people are believing in the Optic roster here. But again, they are facing off against G2. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I think G2, we said that sometimes they have slow starts to tournaments, but the fact that they come out guns blazing with a 3-0 over Koi tells me, and Koi is a strong team coming from the qualifier, so I don't discount what G2 did at all. And if G2 are playing this good on the day, I think this is going to be a serious challenge for Optic.
It's going to be hard for Optic, but I think also manageable for both teams to win it. I see it going to 5. I see this being actually a very close matchup. I was saying earlier to our wonderful producer that whoever picked these matches did a great job for the mainstream. Previously seeing a close one when we saw Shopify versus version 1. Yeah, it was a 3-0. There were still fantastic games. A long shot to start. Oh, but that does not sneak its way in. Atomic counting his lucky stars that he had his time, and then a full court air dribble. J-Naps. What a treat to kick off this first game.
Well, Optic fans not pleased about that one when he just get the bar down situation before, and that's why you should never give up trying to save. You never know how the counterattack is going to go as well. G2 with a quick first goal.
I mean, that was devastatingly close as well on the G2 goal line. I always like seeing when it's that close, Lemon, like the replay that someone puts on Twitter afterwards of, you thought it was close? Oh, it was even closer than you ever could have anticipated.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Atomic. Tried to slow down the ball, sets up Chicago. Good challenge from AJ. Wins that, clears it out. Magic Bear with the follow-up. Optic with the down save by Atomic. I didn't even see him there through the smoke and everything. Man, and that's why Rettles and Friends of Optic are #1 in demos. You gotta watch out their physicality, just like version 1.
What is it with teams coming on the mainstream and just thinking, I'm going to pad these demo stats? Don't you worry. I'm going to go Insanio style and make sure that I pick up demo after demo and close down those backlines. But in a minute and a half, it's still G2 with that lead. The midfield sees Atomic receive the ball from J-Naps. Low boost, though. So he's going to have to head back into his own half. So just a little touch on. So AJ has got his time to take. And AJ and Magic Bear, I feel they've really started to come into their own mechanical own too. We've seen them individually perform previously on your Alpines, your Torrent, seeing AJ, of course, previously on FaZe as well. But seeing them on Optic, I feel they've not been able to stretch their mechanical legs too much. But they've definitely taken on that same kind of idea, that same kind of role that we've seen come in from version 1 as well, with 2 incredibly mechanical players, and then the more solid, grounded, not as mechanical Maestro focused third man in Rettles.
Oh, AJ almost tucked it in. Rettles with the follow-up, both stopped. And yeah, I hope those legs are stretched, Stumpy, because whoever wins this match goes up against the winner of Complexity version 1. Where if you're imagining Complexity getting out of that, you're facing one of the best teams in RLCS. So good luck with that.
Yeah, straight up. Yeah, nothing more needs to be said yet. Yeah, good luck, lol. It's gonna be hard. But that's what you get, when you're going through the upper brackets. The teams just keep getting better. But theoretically, so do you. And you're going to be a terrifying challenger for whoever you come up against as well. The midfield sees home to Rettles, gets intercepted by Janos and Magic with enough boost and a demo to help him out too. 150 going low, but not enough beans on that bad boy. And can be blocked away from the net by JNaps. AJ misses the touch central, instead heads back into that corner with the boost steal too. And this will be a continued press by Optic.
Does feel like a continued press, and now they're bringing in demos. They got an open net, 2v0. Guess what? It does go in. Optic have kept them trapped there for so long, and what I love about Optic's offense is their follow-up is immediate.
Yeah, there's close shadows too, where Rettles, I think, saw whoever it was who didn't get the demo, waited, could have taken that shot too, but because they knew there was time, there was opportunity for them to take a much cleaner shot, no weird angles or car turns needed. Fell back down towards AJ to be able to get it. Magibet onto the backboard, but Atomic has to intelligently shut that one down. Otherwise, that's going to potentially be a goal. Those double taps getting more and more home for these players. Magibet removing JNaps from the pitch. And then Rettles getting rid of Chicago. The man at top of the demos list so far, beating out Common. For any RLCS veterans, you know how hard that is. Rettles with the aerial bump, but the goal line save! Not quite enough. AJ coming in to tap it home.
G2 have been saving as much as they can, but when you bring the bulldozer out, Rettles almost just got it done by himself. G2 with 7 saves and not as many shots. It was like Optic are taking a more commanding presence in these last 90 seconds, only with a 1-goal lead. And it feels like they're just hunting for prey. Atomic's now removed. Chicago buys time in the midfield with some good 50s, but it's still Optic with the ball. Magic Bear to AJ's now stealing the corner boosts from G2. This is how you keep them there for longer.
I love these passes from Optic too. They're not shying away from the pass in the 6-yard box. That's another one back from Rettles towards AJ, but as Rettles is removed from the pitch. Theoretically, G2 can work out of their own half, but they've struggled to just for 10 seconds or so there. Chicago now challenging versus AJ. AJ is going to be the benefactor of that ball towards the backboard, towards the goal. AJ snipes it from afar. The man makes it 3.
It's just off of Chicago trying to go for it. AJ wins the challenge all the way downfield. I mean, G2 couldn't even save that. You don't even need a demo to open that up. 44 seconds. G2 gotta wake up and smell the coffee. They came out swinging in their first match, but Optic is a tough challenge.
Yeah, Optic are a team that, as we've been saying, they needed to turn it on towards the end of, or rather, I guess, towards the end of the season, but the start of this split, and they did so, getting that 3rd place finish. For Chicago and G2 wanting to make sure that they don't just romp home with it. With 25 seconds remaining, it's just that 3-1 scoreline. JNat's backboard sees Atomic central with 70 boost. He can take this solo for a while. Will forgo that ball back towards Atomic. That's crossbar down, and it's Magic Bear to tap it away from both Sharks on G2's side.
Oh, JNaps right down to Atomic, who's trying to read the bounce on the ball, passing it to the box, denied by Optic. Even in the last few seconds, you get the goodbye goal right at the goal line. Not going to happen, but Optic with game 1.
Yeah, a really strong show from Optic there too. And T-Bates, I'm sure, over on the G2 Esports stream is having a proper little cry and a proper little whine, saying,
Yeah, this is our
why do we have to be on the main stream? That's when we lose. Sorry, T-Bates. We don't make the rules, pal.
I like that impression.
Thanks, man. It sounds a lot like T-Bates.
Yeah, good first set. Again, a chat. They're right so far. I mean, that was a good explosive start. It looked like, okay, G2 with an early goal. It's like, okay, maybe this might not go the way chat wanted it to, but a good turnaround. You like to see the continued uprise. I hate seeing a team do well and you think they're going to stay there and then they fall off again. Like, I mean, again, I have a lot of hype behind M80. We're like, okay, look, it's consistent.
Matey,
and then
please.
sorry.
Thank you.
And then it didn't. So, yeah, but by the way, I'm talking about this match because none of the other matches are done their first game yet.
I want you to really rudely interrupt as soon as one is done.
I'll let you know. We have a 3.5 minute overtime for FaZe Furia.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. Jorby's poor heart during that one. Okay, well, I hope that Jorby's okay. Can people go and check in on him on that stream? You can open up a couple of tabs. Make sure that you're staying here on the main channel on /Rocket League. A bump on that back line sees an immediate opener for Optic Gaming. And look, Lemon, at Magic Bear's positioning and his movement around Atomic.
Yeah, he's just like going on a date with Atomic, and he just like forgot about the ball. So you hate to see that. But since we're going on the whole matey thing, are we saying "Hey, bruv" instead of "Hey, bro"? Like, are we just Englishifying everything?
It's Tuesday, isn't it?
We're gonna have words, you two. All right, I'm gonna make sure that you don't get away with this. This is absurd.
We can say "Hey, bud" for the Canadians out
Hey,
there.
bud.
Well,
Eh?
Hey, bud.
Maple syrup, eh? That's good.
Yeah, that's good.
Is that offensive? Nah, not offensive. That didn't feel okay. I'm going to stop. 30 seconds has gone. It's Optic Gaming and myself trying to work back into the car so I don't get told off and get pulled into a tribunal.
Right as you try to do that, I'm interrupting you as you told me to.
Do it. Be rude.
Furia win the overtime against FaZe Clan.
Oh.
Thank you. Why is your rude voice like a sewer man?
Imagine Jorby's voice right now with 3.5 minute overtime.
Oh gosh, I don't want to. Yeah, but you know it's also going to be brilliant because it's Jorby. It'll be annoyingly good and he'll say some fun metaphor and everyone will love him. That's the Jorby
Annoyingly
recipe.
good.
Yeah, it'll be so frustratingly good. Yeah, Red's trying to be frustratingly good on that dual demo again, where those getting one decent shot and then following up past the ball and just letting it fall behind you and you clear the way for it. Seems to be the way that Optic Gaming want to go, especially with those bumps that we've seen coming in from a couple of players over on Optic now. Not every single, or none of the bumps really are tracked either, so if we're seeing Retals with that many demos on his side, it just means that he's gone faster into those connections with the opposition, but those bumps are going to be coming in even more so than demos, I imagine. With a pinch now going into that back corner, it's G2 to try and push something.
And that's the thing, how did G2 transition downfield with the ball? Because they're good at patrolling and having that midfield presence, but as soon as it goes to the blue end, it seems tough. But when you strike quick, you strike hard, and G2 get one on the board.
Atomic's MO is strike quick, strike hard, and with that reset from the ceiling, he can sneak it around the back of AJ. The net finds itself open, but he found probably the only angle that AJ wasn't covering, considering the proximity of his car on defense to Atomic when he strikes. A great bump from Magic Bear to get Atomic away from that shooting opportunity too. And look at Retals immediately chasing Chicago, then leaves it into a 1v1. Sure, a goal doesn't come from it, but it means that those players on the ground are going to feel even more scared. But with JNAP's returning fire, it is artillery strikes on both sides of Forbidden Temple.
And important, this match just this run overall is so important to both teams. Like, if Optic Gaming wins and moves on very far, that really solidifies their chances at Worlds and Majors, while as G2, it lets them keep pace with complexity in the fight for the World's main event spot. And Optic have outscored a lot of their opponents in the last couple of games, so we talked about that big momentum for Optic, now found themselves behind in Game 2, although they've let some gaps through from G2 that have been so good at exploiting it.
Retals sitting quite low down on that scoreboard, but as has been the current conversation in Rocket League, you can't look at the stats all the time to determine just who has been doing the better job. And so we're going to be seeing Retals doing a lot more off-ball play, which very unfortunately is not credited in Rocket League. Everything is going to be to do with the ball, and so Magic Bear will continue with that ball, but instead he's going to be intercepted by JNAP. It's a good chance for AJ to intercept there, however, from that sidewall. Banks on the Chicago miss, but Chicago, he does not miss. And so Retals with one pass down, a faked pass down actually, and Magic Bear still able to return fire on that play. It is very physical at every single juncture in this game.
Great save by Retals in that 2-on-1 or 1v2 situation where G2, if they go slow downfield, then then it's easy for Optic to challenge and then take away the ball. If G2 go too fast, then mechanically it's hard to control the ball. But if G2 find that sweet spot, that's how they're able to score. Chicago protects the back wall well. Optic might have to incorporate more demos like they did in game 1 to create the space that they need. But so far, Magic Bear and Reddles working the left side. Great clear by Atomic.
Final 90 seconds ticks its way down so tantalizingly for Optic Gaming. From that back ball, Magic Bear works the way out, relinquishes control of that ball. Chicago can receive as AJ punts it towards the backboard. Brettles now missing that back corner boost, but he has more than enough. He's got 18, so he can leave it towards AJ, an intelligent boost lead for him there. And AJ using that boost to be going for these demos, ground pinch, but shut down by Chicago.
Yeah, 5 shots to 4 in favor of Optic, but JNAP, as soon as G2 can move downfield, it feels like they have that number advantage where Chicago just is looking for the bump on Magic Bear, who has to dodge it.
I love seeing, honestly, at every single chance, every single opportunity that they have got to go for one player with ball and one player to demo, both teams go for it. It's choreographed, but it's so hard to avoid, even if you know it's coming. AJ flipping into Atomic there and removing him from the pitch entirely. Under a minute remaining, this is G2 with the 2-goal lead that they do not want to relinquish.
AJ coming in quick. JNaps waits in the corner. Magic Bear receives the rebound. And Atomic still trying to look for the clear. Reddles interrupted there by Chicago. G2 making the space. Second touch is important here. The 50 just pops up. And Atomic is ready to pass to JNaps. The redirect is wide.
That would have been beautiful, but the final 30 seconds is going to still see Rettles. Not own goal. It may well have been Magic Bear in the end, actually, because Rettles sends it high. He sees Magic Bear there, like, okay, right, I can clear this away. No problem. Just going to wait for that hit. Magic Bear, no, what are you doing? No, you signed the Optic Gaming contract, not the G2 contract, you silly Billy Bear. 3 goals clear are G2. This second game is going to be near enough finished, and I'm sure T-Bates now is being weirdly confident.
Yeah, we can call him Silly Bear up until he makes up for it, right? But to see Optic down 1-4 after game 1 tells you just how close the series can be and how G2 have found the secret sauce, the recipe to crack just this aggression from Optic by just ignoring them and passing Chicago almost all the way down. Magic Bear saves, but this game will end 4-1, 5-1 in favor of G2.
And we said it'd go the distance. We said it would probably go to 5. It still feels like there's that chance for it to go to 5. And 5 goals going the way of G2. A brilliant turnaround for them after game 1. Still being a very good result for them. Still being a close result rather for G2 in that first game. And they've also got one of the best decals in the game. Look at those beautiful rainbows.
And Leaf, I guess you can interrupt this decal simping for something.
No, I'm doing the same thing. It's a great decal.
Oh, God.
It's really good. I use it.
That and the Dignitas one. Those two those are fantastic decals. I'll let you know, Space Station and Gen.G are in overtime in game 2. And Space Station actually was the winner of game 1. Yeah, that's good for them. And Complexity V1 are still in their second game. And Complexity, the former regional champs from the Open, are down 0-1 to version 1. They took game 1. So close series, honestly, across the board here. We have a 4-2 score line in favor of, I believe it's FaZe Clan in game 2 of their match. So that could end up being a tied series. Across the board, great quarterfinals going on in the upper bracket. So again, as Stumpy's been saying, make sure you get into your team streams and watching these on them. I have all of them up. You only need like 2 monitors to do this. So just even one, you can put them in 4 corners. It's great. It's fantastic.
And that FaZe match is very important. Previously, they lost to Space Station in the upper bracket quarterfinals, which is where we find ourselves right now. However, they then lost the lower bracket round 2. Yes, they went up against G2. It was a very, very tough team to play against. But that's what then led them into their current 8th position. It is a really tough format, double elimination. You need to be doing well. FaZe, they cannot let it drop again because other teams will be taking those even more points that we're seeing given out along spring and going to be running away from them. FaZe, if you're a fan of them, you should probably go and watch that team stream because they are going to be in dire need of your support to make sure they don't let this one fall.
Already a crazy quarterfinal. Crazy goal by Atomic as well. So G2 will be up. But our top 3 of Complexity, FaZe, Gen.G, down in the first game of the quarterfinals. So instead of following the script of the first round, it feels like it's been flipped on its head.
People say that Europe is crazy. People say that we have ridiculous results, and yes, we do. Of course we do. But North America, you've got some weird old results in you as well, especially in such an explosive and turbulent format as double elimination. So if you are a fan of any of these teams, please go and watch those team streams. A lovely shot from Magic Bear, trying to entice you to stay on this one. That bottom right corner, however, was completely defended. And Magic Bear trying to receive the ball from Retos, tapping it towards the backboard after JNaps's pretty terrifying shot, sending 2 players to it. Chicago towards the mid again, with JNaps just 15 it alongside AJ. The midfield finds itself home again to pressure from both sides.
Ooh. Yeah, I like the demo, but then G2 just left the station when I felt like they could have brought the pain train. They could have brought that momentum. You had this 3-on-2, you had boost, and now you get scored on. Feels like G2 missed out on that opportunity.
I like AJ here, just seeing that demo comes in and then wait. Knows that Magic Bear can't get a shot in there because both Atomic and JNaps were both defending on that play. Just has to wait, can then tap it out wider, and AJ's got that brilliant slice across shot opportunity. Can take it. Optic with a nice quick return to form.
Magic Bear needs to be intercepted in the sky. Bird has been shot down. So 10-4 bogey. But Optic, that offense is at least met its match when it comes to this series. Optic were fire in game 1. Rettles, yeah, the backboard well protected there from G2. We still sit at 1-1 with now the counterattack from G2. A pass to the box, redirect from Atomic. It's disgusting.
God, you can smell that play through your screen right now. Everybody take a nice deep whiff and just experience what JNaps gave to Atomic there. It was beauty on a plate, and Atomic has frisbeed it through the window, making it 2 for G2. An outstanding team play from the boys. There's a lot of metaphors there, I'm apologizing.
No, I just heard such a weird sound like during that goal, and I'm just not going to bring attention to it. So G2 up by 1. Does Optic have the ball? Coming in quick. Off the back wall, though, G2 have not let Optic get any rebounds off of it. Now the counterattack where Atomic leads that charge. No corner boost, but a friend behind him. It's Chicago applying the pressure. But as Atomic kind of split off to the other side, G2 lost grip of this whole situation.
What a counterattack this is going to be from JNaps to Atomic. Back to the Chicago, into the blue goal. A 1-2-3 play spanning the entirety of the pitch.
Chicago.
That's beautiful.
Disgusting double tap, but it's G2 who haven't let their backboard be used, and you wish Optic did the same thing, but if you don't have time to get into that position, it is what it is. G2 with the game 2 win, 5-1. Now go into the second half with a 2-goal lead, which is pretty cozy. As Atomic just goes up to the sky, has a friend to the right. Chicago doesn't go for the boost, but keeps ball possession as JNaps can't center it out. Now the third man might be summoned out as Atomic patrols the midfield.
I mean, bear in mind that the result that we saw back in the Spring Open was in the lower bracket quarterfinals. G2 lost to Optic Gaming in 6 games. It was a 4-2 in the end. G2 really looking back at those replays, knowing what they need to do versus Optic because they have looked like the better team so far. AJ setting that one high, but Magic has to burn about 40 boosts just to get to it. AJ wants to continue from that play. Unfortunately, though, no chance for them to be getting a goal. And with JNaps just keeping putting on that pressure, rather, it's going to just be no chances operating for them just yet. Under 90 seconds remaining. And this is G2 controlling every single touch of the play.
Oh, AJ, good touch, good dribbles, but right to the defender's hands. And G2's offense has looked so improved as the pass to JNaps almost goes to the corner. Now the counterattack from Optic. AJ coming in with a lot of speed. Optic need a response, as after game 2, they only scored once there, and this is following the same kind of storyline. Magic Bear and AJ defending this for now, but on top of the ball is G2 applying the pressure now. JNaps getting chased around. Still haven't found the winning strike. Chicago's shot missed too.
There's Rettles being able to get that save away, keeping it at just 2, but 40 seconds. Optic going to need a goal as soon as they humanly can. Towards the right wing, Chicago sends the ball as Atomic sends Magic Bear to the graveyard. 30-second marker ticked down. That sound in Optic's mind's ringing as an alarm for them. Optic can't quite get a touch on that ball as Atomic sends it central. Chicago now with no boost shies away, but these seconds being wasted. No boost is needed, and the game control continuing to fall the way of G2. The final 10 now.
Yeah, Optic got that demo, and you thought that would relieve some pressure. They're still making the space, but with the seconds that they have left, Optic just don't have a chance to come back. At least you can make it look close in the bracket. No, Atomic robs them of that chance, as G2 will now come back in the series and go to match point.
Leaf, my man, my Canadian compadre. What's going on?
See, wait. Hello, yes. I'm watching games.
Good.
Version 1. Hey, look, they're about to go to match point, just so you know. It's 1-1 right now against Complexity, and they're up 2-0. Still 2.5 minutes left in the game 3, but that's fun. Again, Complexity, a team that was rocking the last regional, being put down. We talked about it. I mean, for Com, this is a huge, in my opinion, a huge time for him to continue to prove his position on that team. And you even saw him in the match we were watching before. He was looking great, which is fantastic. We have an overtime again for FaZe Furia. So if you're not watching that, please get over there and watch that match. That is a very intense.
The 4-minute one? Oh man, poor Joey.
Yeah. No, another overtime.
Joey's hot. Gosh.
So good matchup there. And then we do have Space Station Gaming at match point against Gen G. Just so you know.
Wait, is that 2-0?
It is 2-0 right now. Gen G is up 2-0 on the scoreline with 2.5 left in game 3, so they could bring this around, but it is still match point for SSG.
That's a very exciting series. If anyone wants to head over and watch that one, that is either /Widow if you want to hear Widow and Dazarin go at it, or /Space Station if you want to be hearing Lethamir do his best to try to keep us, I guess, somewhat composed, because that is a huge lot for FSG if they're going to be able to do it. Bear in mind they're 4th right now in these rankings. They can push Gen G to the lowers. They won't need to challenge them again for quite a while. But here on the mainstream, we have Optic versus G2, and G2 currently 2-1 up in their series, doing a fantastic job of shutting down any of these demos that come their way. They are not being phased so far.
Yeah, it feels like G2 have found how to stop Optic's offense, and I guess saving a very close shot like that is the start of that. JNaps wins the challenge to Chicago, to the back wall. AJ, oh, that's not a great pinch right into the box. Magic Bear scoops it up, though, before G2 could react.
Atomic has been the best player so far for G2. Like, I feel like we could say that for the last half year or so. Not as a slight to Chicago or JNaps, but just Atomic is that good. But with the caliber of Chicago and JNaps alongside him, he is still that man who is defensively and offensively one of the GOATs of Rocket League. So exciting for G2 to be seeing him on as well. Chicago trying to pass it around, does get one demo, but AJ manages to stand just firm enough to stay alive in that challenge. AJ trying to bump Chicago out the way, and you see what those challenges do to them as well. The ball immediately relinquished by Chicago because he knows that the demo is going to be coming in.
And Optic, I mean, that's how they were able to thrive so well in game 1, is being confident, being physical. Reddle's trying to set up this ball, or at least grab corner boost, do something productive, but the ball is given right back to G2 in that moment. And it's back and forth we go. Atomic kicks it off again, midfield for Optic, as everyone's just scrambling for boost. And Reddles scrambles back and respawn, 3-on-2 for G2, as JNaps goes forward.
2 minutes have elapsed. No goals yet. I believe we've seen a goal scored in the first couple of minutes in all 3 games we've seen so far. A chance there as JNaps misses one, and then Rettel, staying grounded, knows that JNaps comes in for the demo and does not give him the satisfaction. Magic Bear over one, and the first goal is scored.
That's a tough deposit to do when going all the way downfield by yourself. You get above Atomic, sort of bumping him off the ball too. Chicago realizes too late that he has to dive for it. And a beautiful deposit from Magic Bear with what he was facing in that moment. Gives Optic the first goal, but they haven't been able to get more than one in these last 2 games. So can they kind of regain that confidence? We talked about the Optic regain. It has to happen in this game because it's match point for G2.
Halfway through in G2, they're needing to just get one to make sure that Optic aren't going to get too confident in this 4th game. Magic flicking over one, then getting the quick jump up to clear away a shot. It does get intercepted. Instead, actually, Rettles gets there. The Jeneth misses one chance. Chicago sees a player at central, not able to get the touch in as AJ clears away. And JNAB's realizing to get the boost and then to take it back, just slow down the game a little bit more is the better option rather than continuing to go for that big pressured offense.
These Optic are winning the challenges. Magic Bear goes to bump JNABs, who jumps above it, goes for ball control instead. Rattles almost gives Optic a chance, as at least Magic Bear back passes to keep possession, but that doesn't really work out. Optic weren't expecting it. JNABs always finds a way to creep up on you and rob you of the ball and give these opportunities to G2, but haven't found a chance to score yet.
We find ourselves right on the precipice of the final 90 seconds, and JNABs sends Magic Bear to the precipice. I was going to say a really cool line, but then I messed up my wording, so I'm just going to stop now. Anyway, minute 20, Magic Bear with an open net. He saved the day for me. He's saving the game so far for Optic.
Quick look, shiny colors, Magic Bear scored. He's no longer Silly Bear. Makes the magic happen for Optic, who desperately need the comeback in Game 4 to force the Game 5, which it's been a lot of close matches already in the quarterfinals. And G2 thought they had this offensive Optic locked under lock and key, but here comes G2 with a response, at least to get this ball away from Optic would be the game plan. Chicago starts the drive. Reddles and Magic Bear hold on just barely. No one on the left side. Atomic late to the challenge, and G2 will see if they can keep the pressure on.
These deft touches from G2 as well, keeping Optic from speeding at the ball exactly as they want to, but no goals coming from it until Magic Bear can try to get the dunk on JNABs, isn't quite able to. JNABs unfairly not credited with a save there, even though he definitely did save that ball away to send it midfield. Atomic can't intercept before Magic Bear gets there. That one going back towards that midfield, and G2, although they're getting touches, they're not getting too much possession, and they're definitely not getting goals. Final 30 seconds is going to see G2 chasing a double.
30 seconds left. This next play for G2 has to happen. They can at least break out of their own end if they want to make this close. But man, demos across the board. Everyone's looking unstructured as Reddles slows down the play. AJ finds a moment to challenge and see if he could spark up an offense for Optic, or at least drain these precious seconds from G2 to not allow game or a 3-1 potential, as Optic seconds away from going to Game 5. A big comeback for them after Game 1.
I mean, the series really has just been back and forth so far. This one being a much closer 2-0. But it was a 3-1 in the first to Optic, then a 5-1, then a 3-1 to G2. Being outscored 8-2 in those middle couple. Game 5, 11, we're geniuses. We said it'd go to 5, we said it'd be close, but we did not know just how much we were going to be seeing from both Magic Bear and Atomic right at the top of their respective scoreboards.
Yeah.
Leaf, my dear friend, my
Getting Rick-rolled right now, Leaf. Leaf, save us.
Oh, okay. How are you doing? Not much, you? I'm great.
What? Answer your own question.
Space Station is up 1-0 right now, and they're on the match point. 2.5 left. Up 2 goals now against Gen G. So Gen G is looking like they might end up down the lower bracket pretty early on. Version 1 up 3-1 with 3.5 minutes left at match point against Complexity. Complexity might end up down in that lower bracket sooner than we thought.
Complexity and Gen G in the lowers would be absurd.
That's what I'm saying. And still a good match going on with Fury and FaZe. Fury up 4-2 with a minute 22 left. They might bring that to a Game 5, so we might have another Game 5 going on. But lots of great upper bracket quarterfinals right now.
Joey's pure. Joey's pure and poor heart. That man is going to be struggling through if that ends up going to FaZe Clan that way. But in this first game, in 3 seconds, Magic Bear with an immediate outplay. The Golden Phoenix rising from the net. And Magic Bear, a lot of people are saying, feed him, feed the bear. That man is feasting on G2 Dreams.
Oh, yeah, and he's coming out of hibernation. He had both goals for Optic in the last game. We go to Game 5. Magic Bear with a quick start. And yeah, after Complexity won the Open, you are definitely not expecting them or teams like Gen G, who are in the grand finals against them, to be in the lower bracket. And just when you thought, okay, if I lose the first match, you're supposed to have an easier road through the lower bracket, but not so much.
I mean, you lose your first match, and you think, oh, okay, you know what? I'll be against some other teams that have had some, one of the big 4 matchups. And then suddenly there's these 2 giant, bodybuilder behemoths standing in your way, just like on the Optic goal line. But you've got Complexity and Gen G down there, potentially. A terrifying prospect. But what defense from Optic Gaming, staying incredibly stoic on that goal line, keeping this pressure, continuing at G2, but a shot wide gives AJ a chance to send it out, but the boost is starting to regain on the side of Optic, and G2 had a good couple of chances, but no goal coming their way.
Yeah, JNAPS has become my favorite player to watch when it comes to the side of G2. Just kidding, it's Reddles. I take all of that back. Reddles doesn't just demo, he scores too.
Rettles medals with the G2 defense. Taking it to the floor, back over the top of JNAPS. Minute 15, Optic Gaming are starting a romp towards that Game 5 victory and the upper bracket semi-final date with the winner of Complexity V1.
Oh, JNAPS almost dropping that even with the demo and everything. The ball goes all the way down, so this 3-on-2 for G2 has gone away. And AJ, you gotta rob them of this ball. This goes to Magic Bear, who just clears it. G2 unlucky that they weren't at the right place at the right time to find an immediate response. Still lots of time, but Optic dominant right out the gate.
Optic have definitely had a different game plan going to this next one. A lot fewer bumps I feel like we're seeing, and a lot more individual solo mechanical plays. AJ taking a cross-come shot there, neither a shot, neither a pass, and a demo for Atomic coming in to remove Rettles from the net, but the G2 shot isn't going to be precise enough to find its way in on the opportunity, unfortunately for them. 2 minutes have elapsed. We approach half-time, and Optic Gaming are the better team in the 5th.
They sure have ramped up after a upsetting Game 2 and Game 3 for Optic, only scoring once, but then able to shut out G2 in Game 4. And JNAPS has been a huge spark plug when it comes to G2, but needing to tuck this to the upper 90. A close save by Reddles. Chicago applying the pressure, loses the 50. Now the response to the counterattack from Magic Bear goes for bumps. Still not enough.
The Bear feeding on bumps in that orange half. Isn't able to get a goal from it this time, but still terrifying the defense in the air. Rettles getting 1 bump on Atomic. AJ shying away from that shot there, knowing that as a 3rd man, you don't need to commit, especially when you've got 2 goals to the good. You don't need to be conceding 1 cheeky runaway and getting that confidence back in the favor of G2. Rettles intercepts, beats out the offending player on G2 by a decent margin. JNAPS below 1 with a reset. Can't get it below AJ on that chance. Final 90 seconds approaches quickly, and Optic, with every second, they find themselves closer to that semis.
And it's not that G2's offense is inexistent. I think there's 7 saves now recorded for Optic, who have played an incredible defense so far. Chicago just has Magic Bear in the net, just tries to force his way through. Magic Bear, not only just a bear, but a wall in front of the net. Rattles with the demo, weakens G2's attack, who need to make something happen in the next 90 seconds, or they'll choke this Game 5 after being on match point.
Yeah, going 2-1 in this series, then losing 3-2. Yeah. That is a scary place to be. AJ flicking over 1, keeping this pressure going. Optic Gaming are going to be turning it up with every second that elapses. JNAPS, though, that's on target, but AJ, he's going to be standing firm in the goal. JNAPS shoots high and wide, but pass instead. Chicago can shoot. JNAPS want to continue this pressure. We saw G2 unable to score from this pressured situation previously in this very game.
Optic's defense just so good. See, save after save, no matter how many bodies G2 commits to this. And then you get almost a random open net there. 37 seconds, though. Optic only up by 2. Rettles demos. G2 panics, passes it downfield, but you won't be making it much further into the blue end.
Final 25 seconds. Rettel sends it high. AJ trying to get 1 more for the road. Shaved away by Atomic. Chicago back central. Passes it to Atomic. That savior from just a few seconds ago. 15 seconds remain. JNAPS into that back corner. Atomic with a loose touch. JNAPS now needs to get a chance. But with every second that goes, Optic Gaming find themselves closer. G2 with no chance to bring this one back. Allow Optic back into the series. And they allow Optic that date in the upper bracket semi-finals. Another lower bracket run is needed for the G2 army.
But look at these stats. Oh, they're all gone. But it was like, oh, I get to do the math. Oh, they're on my screen now. Look at 15 shots by G2 to like double-digit saves by Optic. G2 did everything they could, and that 0 does not represent how hard G2 worked, but Optic's defense was relentless and untouchable. Leave. That was a fun game 5. Bates can eat it. This was fun to cast.
He's crying right now.
I was going to ask for an impression. Yeah, what's he saying right now?
Oh, I can't believe it. Oh, you decided to watch us instead. Oh, boo-hoo. Oh, my G2 have lost. Oh, I'm T-Bates. I've got bad opinions. Oh.
Wonderful. I love it. Anyways, across the board, Space Station complete their win 3-1 against Gen G and move on in the upper bracket semis, sending Gen G to the lower bracket. And Complexity in that final game, they had 4 goals, but that was not enough because version 1 scored 7 goals to win their match against Complexity. It was 3-1 total in the series. Version 1 now waiting in the upper bracket semis. And here on screen, we have Furia versus FaZe Clan tied up 2-2 in the series, 2-2 apiece on goals in game 5, which means we got to get down to the field for a listen.
Thinking, when can I push forward? When can I be aggressive? But you got to be careful. You don't want to take that risky third-man challenge at the wrong time. And there are few times when it is worth, especially 2-2, especially read it towards the net. Oh, hit it for me, Thiago!
Fúria neles, Jorby. Let's go.
Bora Fúria in the lead again. But FaZe, here they come with the pass. They've had some lethal tries in front. Sypical not going to get the touch, but that's okay. First killer back to Mist. What a save! Ripped off the board. Sypical gets underneath it, and Lost is right on top of it. Furia matching the speed of FaZe Clan. If both teams started at supersonic, they're approaching light speed. Here's one off the ceiling. Mist can't trip Yan up. He gets the touch. First killer is forced the whole way back, sitting on the midfield line. Sypical gets the read. Mist sitting downfield, the cherry picker in the series. First killer gets bumped into the touch, and now everyone's getting bumped out of the way. Mist might have a chance here on the double. He lets it drop, and a bit of a panic, but settle down, boys. And wait, it's just in. It's just in. It's for free. Free real estate. We own this land, baby.
Let's go. Just 1 minute, Jorby. We just need to hold 1 minute for this is over.
Mais Chat, I just want to see Mais That's all I want to see in chat. Put it all in there. Here comes Lost. He drops it. The confidence from Lost underneath on that 50, but it's taken away. First killer looking again. Like you said, they have to hold for this minute. But FaZe, they're knocking at the door. They've got a battering ram, so it's less of a knock and more of a smack. And trying to smash through, but here's Furia. They've got the reinforced gates. They've upgraded to tier 2. Here comes another one. Back across, he gets skidded out. And now First Killer bombs it downfield. And the King, he's there to protect his land. Back again off the ceiling. Pushed down. Oh my gosh, what is going on with the pinball here? Yan gets another 50 in front. Lost, gonna turn off. Card calls him out. Sypical gets the touch. FaZe starting to lose that offensive juice. Where can they find more? They got no more fruit in the vineyard. They don't know what to find. They don't know what to do. FaZe, what are they gonna have? Nothing. Missed the clear out downfield. There's no time left on the clock. Furia move to top 6 in the upper bracket.
I love Jorby.
He seems quite
claps
happy,
at
doesn't
the
he?
end.
Seems like
his soundboard.
Yeah, he seems all happy about that. I mean, Jorby always is an absolute delight to listen to, especially when he's able to back his team Furia. But Leaf, mate, these upper bracket semis, I truly feel like nobody predicted them.
Well, yeah, I mean, we have version 1 taking down Complexity, the former Open champs. They won the last regional. We have Optic taking down G2, again, always considered to be one of the strongest teams in the region. Granted, it was a game 5. And then we have Space Station shutting down Gen G, a team that's disrupted the whole North American region. And then, of course, this matchup, FaZe Clan. Again, this is rough for them, especially considering their last performance at the last regional. So those were good matches. And I feel bad for anyone that wasn't here watching. And if you didn't have them up on your screen, remember the team streams are going on. And we have a lot more matches coming your way after this break. We have Koi versus M80 going to be on your screen on the main stream right here. So make your way back.
It's matey.
What's with these seats, bro? I thought you had the hookup.
Dude, it's all us retired players get.
Can you believe we're here? Game 7, grand finals of the World Championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool and all, but what about me? What about, like, everybody else?
Everybody else?
Yeah, like all the players looking to make it to the next level. Like, what if there was a tournament for them?
Yeah, but who's gonna do that?
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
This one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down. It's unbelievable.
These next 2 regionals are the most important tournaments I've played in probably my entire career. I mean, right now we're 7th, but you know, right behind us is Big and Energy and Fury, and right ahead of us is V1 and SSG, which are all teams that could pass each other. We got to ball out. You know, if we just keep performing the way we are, we're going to be in a great spot. If not, we'd miss out. So it's a little nerve-wracking, but we're ready for it.
They hold the lead.
Oh, maybe 2.
I just don't think they put it. They don't lift their foot off the gas.
Worlds is the dream. You know, it's a big part of every season. It's, you know, not all that matters, but it is by far the most that matters, if that makes sense. Right now, with how we've set ourselves in points, it's the wild card. You know, the main event would be perfect, of course, but just getting there and being able to show ourselves, I'm not too worried about the wild card. I think that's something that if we play our game, we won't have an issue with. We just got to get there. You got to get to Worlds. It's the biggest thing.
I mean, just like that.
Identify the
That's
space.
That's
Look
it.
at Reynolds pick apart the defense. Look at him look this one as he comes in. He's like, okay.
I think we have what it takes. I think the green wall has been trending up. You know, the last 7 months have had unbelievably low lows and unbelievably high highs. And right now, we're on one of those highs. The team's flowing. Everyone's playing good. Everyone's in agreement on how we should be playing. And we're, you know, in the best spot we've been all season.
On that shot. And Magic Bear, oh my goodness.
Team's feeling great. You know, of course, it's easy to feel great when you're winning, but we're winning right now, and we're going to try and keep that going.
You're just letting AJ do what AJ does best. This man, you just can't stop him when he's given space.
I don't want to
We continue on with the North American Cup presented by Mobile One. I'm Leaf, and I am now joined by two new friends, Spaceman and CJ. CJ, how you doing?
I'm doing good because, but firstly, it's fantastic to be in the North American broadcast. Secondly, it's fantastic to be with Spaceman. Leaf, I'm sick of you, but... we've had the upper bracket. Obviously we're getting to the bracket in a moment, but it's good now. We've had the couple of early matches, the upper bracket, but now it's time to see who's getting paid the big bucks. This is where the magic happens. Lower bracket, losing, you're out, Spaceman.
You lose and you're gone. So we appreciate you showing up this week. If you're tuning in and it's really late, keep those eyes peeled because a lot of teams are on the verge of going home. But also with the way the bracket's gone, 99% of everybody's bracket's busted now. So not us because we're smart, but here you go. I mean, this bracket's been absurd. Complexity dropping, G2 dropping, FaZe dropping, Gen G. Good luck.
Yeah, contrary to what CJ said, the magic actually happening in the upper bracket with Optic Gaming. That's crazy. Version 1 also up there. It's wild. Magic Bears, you got it?
I don't do.
Next.
You got to trust the bear. Believe in the bear. It's good to see Optic up there, and good to see a lot of very good teams. This looks like a top 4 upper bracket semi-final sort of thing. What is happening?
It's fun.
This is absolutely wild. I mean, if you're those teams in the lower round 1, you don't want to be playing in this bracket anymore. Honestly, it might do yourself a favor and just get 3-0'd and get this over with. Get out of here. Just get done. But reminder that we do have team streams going on. You can watch these teams if you want to cheer them on across the board. We're going to focus in on one matchup here. It's that second one there in the lower round 1 of the bracket. This is an elimination match. It's Koi facing off, and I'll do Stumpy justice, Mady. We got M80 on the other side of the bracket. M80 is a team, Spaceman, that I think a lot of us got hyped about at one point because we saw them consistently doing well, but then it just didn't get much higher than that. And they weren't getting those same results. And Koi on the other side of the pitch as well, a team with a lot of notable players too.
Yeah, Koi's a bit of a sleeper giant here in NA, right? Like a lot of unproven players when it comes to high caliber gameplay, when it comes to competition, at least with the way that Modern Rocket League's played out. But when you look at M80, this was a squad that started off hot in the first regional and fall. They're taking down like the likes of FaZe. They're competing against Complexity, and you're thinking, is this a new top 8 squad that's going to come through open quals or closed quals and be a problem? And they've fallen off a bit of a cliff. Granted, both these teams sit respectively one ahead of another. Koi is 1 point ahead of M80, I believe, in the rankings. So it's comes down to this matchup alone deciding a lot in terms of the standings in the race for Springs, the race for Worlds. It's going to be a fun one.
That's for sure. Chat, get your hashtags in the chat. Koi, Mady, who's it going to be? Quick thoughts from you guys before we get the match started. Who's it going to be, CJ?
Well, as you said, the bracket is... It doesn't matter. Whoever wins this is playing FaZe Clan. I mean, it is just ridiculous. Lower round 2, you feel like you're conquering this hurdle, getting out of the lower round 1, whoever wins this matchup. But then you've just got, you're getting over a hill, and you've got to climb Mount Everest to go again. So, I mean, both these teams have their work cut out. It's 50-50. Who am I going to pick? I'll go Mady. I'll go Mady for this one.
Spaceman?
Give me Koi. Been there before. Do it again.
Okay.
Give me Koi.
Yeah. I'm going to stay on the side of M80. I talked about them before. I've been hype on them, and I want to see them continue that journey again. They have literally the top 4 teams in the region to face next, so we'll see how that goes. But right now, the focus is right here. Koi is going to stand, or Chad is going to stand with Koi and Spaceman on that side, 65%. Well, we got it. Another best of 5 elimination. The privilege of facing one of the top 4 next FaZe Clan after this, but they got to get through this one first. Spaceman, CJ, take it away.
All right, listen, it's going to be a fun one, right? Your reward for getting through this side of the gauntlet is, of course, the top 4 in NA, but you're also in the lower side of the bracket, so you lose here, you go home. CJ, welcome in, you handsome little devil. How you doing, brother?
Oh, it's just good to be here with you, and I know you've alluded to copying my accent the whole time. Let's just get this out of the way early. I'll give you a couple of lines, and then we can move on, because I know it's like an itch for you to scratch.
Yeah. That's a little bit of a itch, right? You gotta get down there with a fork or a spoon, whatever you guys like to use. It all goes backwards. My name's CJ. It's fun to be here. It's 3 a.m.
Mike, please.
The dolphins are still out flying in the sky. It's gonna be fun. Is that good?
Spaceman, I think it's getting worse. I think it's getting worse every time you try it.
You guys have no idea what's about to be in store in this best of 5. It's gonna be a bit of a wacky one.
We're going to be having some fun, aren't we? And, well, these teams are having some fun in the midfield so far as well. Still a deadlock here. A minute on the clock gone. Feels like Matey might be able to get the first attack. Oh, the bumps coming through. Double save out from Koi. Known a little bit for their defense in the past. A lot of these teams are hanging in there and trying to lock out those counterattacks.
And one of the big things that stood out, of course, for Koi in the recent runs was the defense. The double commits are going to be a problem, but how quickly they convert into opposite counterattacks is a huge factor for this squad. A beneficiary of that been Cheese through the counterattacks. Upfield for the moment, looking for boost, but Gyro will get the call. He moves in. So the pinch down, followed up. Would have been a 1-2 give and go, but I like the creativity so far. Koi pressing their numbers.
Oh, I didn't mind that as well. As you said, front post, just going for that cherry picker roll. The bumps coming out. This could be an opportunity. Kids say, what can he do with a double touch? Does go wide. Line Blaze not quite there. And well, it is Koi to just try and deal with proceedings so far here. It feels like a 50-50 sort of matchup, neck and neck, these two teams. That's probably why they're on the mainstream here, Spaceman. They're good at the scheduling.
Yeah, and you're going to have to look at Lion Blaze versus Gyro, kind of the parallel one-on-one matchup you're going to get with the creativity, the freestyling upfield. Whichever one feels comfortable quicker is going to spell a lot of success for the offense as they swing into high gear. So looked for that clear, and Kinsey tried to play maybe on a back pass, but Lion Blaze is getting bullied out of his own lane. He recovers nicely as it rattles through the corner, setting it up, trying to creep into the lane. Kinsey will fall back. So already 2 minutes, some odd change burn on the clock. Not a lot of pressure from M80 to start, but Gyro will have to open up the proceedings, looks for another tap, but the defense holds strong yet again.
Third man just hitting a little bit deep here for Matey. Just, it feels a bit like a game one, not wanting to concede that first goal from both sides here. Koi having the better of the offense so far just recently. Gyro sitting back as well. And here we are again in the offensive half. The bumps coming through. Can't quite make it work. Percy touches to the center. Cheese does get the touch as well. Koi counter-attack over the top. Percy will get back in time. Bit of end-to-end action here, Spaceman.
Yeah, weak clear, though, from M80, and you're giving more pressure and space. The credence allowed here. If you are Koi, you need to start pressing, but the demo is going to lead way to an open lane and maybe a center. One bump around, double commit. Percy circles. Lion Blaze, the second man on deck, pinches it appropriately off the top bar. Still alive. Follow-up is good. Kinsey collapse, and Koi can't find the answers for the 1-0.
Matey breakthrough first here, and maybe the crucial goal as well, based on how this game's been played out. It feels like a low-scoring series we've got in store so far. It is only early, though, and maybe this is where Koi can just relax a little bit and send a bit more of an offense. They've been a little bit reserved here for the first few minutes. Maybe off the kickoff, they can get one straight back, blocked out again. Matey just finding all the answers, but the demos might be the solution here to Koi's problems. The flick goes absolutely nowhere. Cheese keeps it in, but Matey dealing with it for now.
Gyro was trying to pull an EXO on the back wall. I like the creativity, and already tip of the cap there as the EU region was electric last weekend. If you missed it, go back and watch, but enjoy the NA chaos as already the brackets are in shambles. And so will scream towards his own back lane, does find the clear, and with that, now the permutations begin, and the clear out at the midfield. Numbers are up, one outside. It's Sosa circling, trying to hunt. Gyro can't continue the play, but Sosa will carry it forward, and with that, you're looking for Koi to keep this spread up. Last thing you want to do is start losing the back line as the press begins, and well, if you're M80, you just had hold on possession here.
Yeah, Koi need to start sending some troops downfield. We saw the front post, the cherry picker gameplay coming out early. We haven't seen it since. The demos are certainly helping, but Matey dealing with it. They're just always having that second man there for the backup. Maybe a Cheese double touch, gets it on target. Oh, that's not bad for the Mr. Cheddar Cheese.
It's a weak clear. The name of the game here for the entirety of these 5 minutes has been the lack of clears from M80. And the pressure collapses on top of their heads. I don't think Koi were ready for that much offense. Kind of like a horse with two left hands. They're just kind of happy that it's there and having a good time. Don't know what that means. Here we go. 42 seconds to play. Into the backboard. Koi now have to work off of a 1-1 ball game.
It's just there were some holes in the defense, and Mr. Swiss just put it straight through there. Koi do get the one back. The double commit again. This is what you was talking about. Just out of nowhere, no pressure. And they send everyone in defense. 20 seconds left. Heading towards an overtime. Matey might be able to get the last attack. Koi pushing forward. Bit of offensive pressure. Not grabbing the boost. Will mean that Lion Blaze has a bit of time. Cheese has gone up the wall. He's in no man's land, but the shot goes wide. 10 seconds left.
Game clock turned off. You're going to have to go coast to coast with this one if you're M80 and try to keep it up. Gyro was looking for the pass to Cheese. It was a little bit too weak on the sauce, and Gyro will try to keep it high. So it's underneath. Percy on the 50. It's going to touch to no man's land, and Kensei will let it drop. With that, the golden goal opportunity we go in game one.
course, we've got overtime here. It's a 50-50 game. We couldn't really call it on the desk either which way it could go, but, well, Koi have the momentum, getting that last goal, the tying goal late in the piece here. Sosa might be able to go to work. The double touch on target off the crossbar. Few doubles there. This feels like Koi is starting to come alive here in the game. Percy has to dive for it. The bump's coming through. An infield pass would have been nice, but Sosa's gone straight past it.
Koi are winning these rebounds as well. How many times is it a missed touch to the corner, but out to the center box? Cheese leaves off. Dangerous clear there. And Koi struggling. Percy didn't get the angle, and did Percy overcommit? He might have. Kinsey has to fly in and just ricochet it around. Center box, Sosa can't cut it down. Kinsey in front. Gyro leaves off, and Lion Blaze now gets the call.
He just left it wide open there. Just Koi backed off as well. However, it seems like both teams don't want to concede. They're so happy to just camp it up in net and set up their defense. The pinch central line blazes off and he misses. It's Cheese gets the double, and it's Koi taking game number 1.
Big missed touch from Percy. Gives it right back on a silver platter to Gyro, and he locks it up on the opposite coast. Cheese circles in center box, and that's as easy as it gets. That's a free touch there from Koi. And that's been the name of the game so far. When we're looking at how this one played out, it was constant mistouches and lack of powerful clears from M80. It's really, really tough to get back into a game when you're constantly fighting on the back foot as we get a quick change. But Leaf, here are the stats. I mean, It was pretty even, but M80 just could not clear it away on defense.
Yeah, well, I'm also confused. I mean, you see Lion Blaze again crossbarring that one, and then I don't know if this was a miss. Was he playing for a read? Maybe expected someone to be up for that shot early, and he was trying to get the block. I don't know. It's very odd for them. It does feel like maybe they're not playing to peak right now, but it's still relatively a close series. His teammates still on point. Let me give you some updates real quick across the board before we move on. I do want to let you know as well, 2 storylines going down in the lower bracket here. For 0-1 and Hey Bro, they get knocked out of the tournament. If they get knocked out of the tournament at any point today, they're eliminated from both Major and Worlds. So yeah, those 2 teams definitely, well, you may not have had your eyes on them, 2 teams that definitely have a lot on the line for themselves right now. In terms of results, we do have a few in right now. So 0-1, one of those teams is now down 1-0 against Dignitas. They're up 1. And then NRG has taken the first game against Hey Bro. So it is 1-0 for them as well. And it looked pretty convincing as well. Team Axel taking game 1 against Shopify Rebellion. So yeah, a lot on the line for a couple of these teams.
Well, the race for placements matters for Koi and M80. Only a 1-point difference. The margins are thin. You're in the lead right now if you're a Koi, but how long will it last? Well, M80 have everything they have, essentially since they started the fall split, to figure out this roster. And if they can't work here, you are wondering how Regional 3 will go, but we keep our eyes in front, and now the ball back in play. Into Game 2 we go in Forbidden Temple. 20 seconds burning already. A lot of pressure at midfield. M80 trying to get things going.
Yeah, they had a fantastic start there in game number 1, but it was all one-way traffic after that. Koi warmed up, got the last 2 goals. One took the lead, took that go-ahead game there, and now the ball's back in Matey's court. How are they going to respond? And I feel like this was on purpose, Spaceman, me casting a Matey team. You know, it's just, I think people just like it when I say it.
Can you say it one more time?
I've got to say, the thing with matey, like, if you call someone matey, it's like calling someone buddy. It's a bit, you know, I don't want to say putting them down, but it's still calling them a bit of a small man, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know about it.
I did that for you, chat. I want you to remember that when you're worried about those channel points being burned, because I don't know who you picked. I think you got Koi at 60%, and you're very happy with how game 1 went. We'll see if that continues, whether the trend is consistent or not. Kinsey on the back line, leaves it. Awkward rotations here, and okay, it's chippy choppy, but Cheese finds the opening, and numbers are up on a 2-1 spread.
He scored all 3 goals for Koi so far this series, and he's just rotated through the front corner, grabbed the boost, turned back around. And again, matey just capitulating there. No defense at all. Third man wasn't quite ready for the pass play. Koi, ever since that first goal, Spaceman, have really taken control.
And they just have had a lot more consistent counterattacks upfield. Whether or not the counterattacks have blossomed into positive swings with rebounds, with the recoveries on the center box, whether the infield passing's been there, completely different conversation, but numbers have been up. The pressure's been answered to some extent from M80, but the clears just haven't been their strong suit. They will look for the bump. Them almost comes through. Lion Blaze, slow touch, double commit there, so we start to stack in traffic for the moment. A lot of awkward touches back to the midfield, but you're just trying to restabilize some baseline here if you are Koi. And Lion Blaze will do all he can with very limited boost, tries to dunk it down in front 3, but I do like the pressure.
they're happy to just throw it on net and force out some double commits. There's been about 8 in a row here from Koi's defense, but the shots coming in are almost too slow. They need to get a second pass, just that extra play, find someone on the front post, which is what Koi were doing down the other end, because they're just not quite opening it up here. Koi can double commit, but they've got time to get back, and now they've got a bit of offense of their own. Having said that, Cheese does get a good touch in there. Demoed for his cause. Sosa off the sidewall, double touch, beautiful. Kinsey didn't respect it at all. He's able to cut through front post, Matey on the counter attack. Lion Blaze gets the beat out. This could be a great double touch opportunity. Bounce down. Percy doesn't read it at all. Sosa gets a beat out. Koi. Well, the defense holds up there.
And Percy's been circling through the midfield, through the back line for about a minute now, grabbing boost, and he finally gets a touch on the ball. He's been out of the play for quite some time. And the offense hasn't been able to find any structure because of it. The infield passing isn't there. A nice clear there from Koi. Just downfield, it's open. It's essentially free real estate, and nobody is around, even with numbers back, even with the overextension. M80 have to do a better job on defense.
This was just smoke and mirrors here from Koi in defense. They all got baited by the backflip underneath the ball. And all of a sudden, Sosa's come through and just launched it downfield. Follow up their goal again from Guess Who Cheese. That's 4 goals now for him this series. And well, it just felt like Matey were overreading the play. They thought they were awkward here. Here's another goal. If it goes in, goes wide. Sosa had an open net. Puts it off the corner.
Sometimes these are the kinds of series you get into if you're Koi, if you're M80, where it's very much a grudge match. You're stuck in the trenches. You're throwing blow for blow, trade for trade. You're just hoping that one lucky bounce goes your way. But in these kinds of instances, you have to start stepping up and meeting the point of contact. So far, the rebounds have been there for Koi on the opposite end. Better clear game, but not structural offense you would expect. One-dimensional for the moment. M80 struggling to find creativity, to find opportunities in the space. Percy finally getting awkward in the corner, and he sneaks it through. Okay, so there's an opportunity and a good win as M80 get on the board.
Hang on a minute. This has just come out of nowhere here. Delays the flip, uses it at the last second, and fires it through the front post. Cheese not ready for that one. Matey do get one back. A bit of creativity coming out, as you said, but just feels like there's so many more opportunities for Matey to find a goal. This is just going to be in off the kickoff unless Percy can get back in time. Just grabs enough boost on the way back. Koi straight back on the offense. Lion Blaze taking a 50-50, but it was more like a 20-80. Didn't quite like that touch. Koi trying to get their second goal, trying to get the 2-goal lead back, put him behind. There's just the whole net to shoot in space, man, but he's gone the wrong side.
And this is a huge recovery. Nicely done by Lion Blaze just to get back to the midfield. You had Kinsey in rotation, ready for the pass, and Percy falls back as the third man. So changing goalies, circling in and out before Cheese cuts it down to the center box. And here we go into the crease. Koi now try to make their move and march upfield. Will try to carry it forward, but Percy has to win a one-on-one through the corner, misses the touch. Lion Blaze comes in and clamps down on the wall, and Sosa gives it back to Cheese. There's the redirect, send it on its way. Sosa now getting the call and flies in on the double commit, but Cheese is out. And with that, Kinsey cuts it back to 2 numbers, intercepted by Cheese in the offensive third, and a 1v1 by Cheese as he takes out every single member, and it's so easy for Koi.
A brace in game 1, and now a hat-trick in game 2. Can someone stop the Cheese? Mr. Cheddar has gone bang again, and Koi, well, their defense it's a bit suspicious to say the least, but at least their offense, well, they're just finding holes. They're finding ways through time and time again here. Matey, have no answers in that department.
Now, if you're Koi, you're not superstitious. You are a little. You're also looking at a 3-1 lead with under 20 to play. Now you just have to play boom ball, kill it where it stands. Everybody's up. This is free, and it should be regardless of 2-0 series lead will be the final score here as Koi, for the moment, have themselves on match point in a very close game 1, not so much game 2. It's same results, same problems that exist for M80, sometimes shooting themselves in the foot, but they just got to be better.
They're fully in control there, and as we said, it is just a one-man show. It's all about the Cheese. He is flying out there, 5 goals in 2 games. Leaf, talk us through the other matches.
Yeah, let's do this. Right now, we have... Sorry, I lost this thing, and then I looked at shiny thing, and now I'm distracted. Here we go. So we have our NRG match continuing on in favor of NRG as they sit on match point against Hey Bro. A reminder that Hey Bro's elimination, not good. That's major in Worlds for them. And for Dignitas, after a strong winter split, they are continuing to struggle. I mean, they are up in game 3, but it is tied 1 apiece for 0-1. That's the other team that does not want to be eliminated at this point. So, yeah, question marks, I guess, CJ, around Dignitas.
Yeah, I think that I don't want to say this was expected, Spaceman. I don't want to, I guess, rag on them too much. However, they had a pretty, I'd say, a disappointing major. I'm not sure if anyone really expected them to pop off, but
yeah,
I think that they were the team that were going to slide out of that major contention if you were going to pick one out of those North American major teams.
Yeah, because their run to the major was so exciting. Their runs through the regionals had been so tense, going to game 5s, taking on the likes of SSG. We're wondering, all right, is this the new start of a young, powerful Dignitas roster? And then the litmus test kicks in and all of a sudden things settle down and you're realizing, okay, that there are levels to this. Dignitas not quite there yet. But when it does come to teams fighting for major spots, qualifications, worlds on the line, and points as well, when all those get funneled together, you are looking at teams like Koi who recognize the opportunities in front of them and they have to beat the teams on their level, M80 being one of them. And if they win here, a massive win that would be, not only points-wise, but also for their hopes at a world potential spot. But into game number 3 we go. 2-0 series lead for just joining us. It's been essentially all of Koi in this best of 5. Still best of 5s to kick throughout in the lower bracket until around tomorrow when things get interesting. But for now, you are looking at a quality lead here for Koi.
I really like Matey as well coming into this split as just that team that could cause the upset, almost make that the Dignitas run that we saw last time. Expect the unexpected from this side, but so far in this series against Koi, these are the games they need to be winning. You know, they want to be attacking those top 5, top 6 teams in North America, so they need to be handling teams like Koi, but it has been one-way traffic. If you can't read this guy, they could be in trouble, but does do well. And as I said, it just feels like Matey haven't been too impressive so far, and defensively they could be in all sorts here because Koi are just growing in confidence.
It seems like so many times you're looking at a 1v2 from Koi as they just hang on the backboard and wait for a mistake on the defensive end. M80 struggling to clear yet again. Cheese playing on the double touch, and Lion Blaze will finally get it out. At least enough to buy some time to breathe, but M80 struggling to find that extra clear as Lion Blaze wins another 1v1 through the corner and escapes the pressure out to find Percy cut down at Gyro, and numbers in blue up as the boys try to make their march. But here we go. Back to Boomball yet again. Koi, what do they have?
It's time now. Percy gets a shot on net. That's in behind Cheese, but, well, it's just wide enough that he can make it work. Lion Blaze gets a touch across. No one there from Matey, and Koi just have real estate now to go to work. The boost gets picked up by Percy, which is huge. Delays Sosa rotation back. Percy locks it in now. Matey, if they can get the first goal on the board, that could do wonders for their confidence in trying to get back into this series. They still have an offense, but in saying that, Lion Blaze has decided to absolutely basketball dribble that thing as hard as he could off the ceiling, and it's almost worked out here. Kinsey, no boost to work with, fakes out, skims it backwards, and Matey lose all sorts of offense.
Back-to-back clears and a huge recovery in the offensive third. Koi start to press, and Sosa is moved up quite nicely and comfortably. Not a lot of demos nor pressure, not a lot of bumps you're seeing out of M80 to clear off the front man from Koi as Sosa plays it sharply. Here comes Cheese right on target, and everybody's open. It's another lead yet again. Koi 1-0.
He just can't be missing that. Lion Blaze just setting up Kinsey last man. He was in a world of hurt once the whiff came through off the sidewall, and, well, Koi just capitalised there. It's fantastic to see that. Guess who? It's Cheese again. 6 goals in the series. Spaceman, can someone stop him? He's just had time and space to work with. He's curled it up beautifully, and he's going to work here for Koi. I just can't believe it. Can someone else score a goal on this pitch?
It's really just been all of him. You're looking at Gyro to beat Gyro. It's not happening. Sosa to be Sosa. Cheese to find the 8th, maybe. Spam the Cheese to help out Cheese. Gyro through the corner, grabs the boost, full tank. Canister's open. Hold on now. Waiting on the reset. Centers it to Cheese, and Lion Blaze will skirt out of his own spot on the goal line with no boost, and he's getting bullied off the backboard. Percy can't find the clear. Gyro will recover, and more pressure here for the boys in blue.
Do not spam the Cheese. Cheese does not need any more help, chat. Do not even think about spamming the Cheese. He's having a good enough series as is. He's doing just fine. Lion Blaze, what can he do right now? Minute 19 left to keep Matey's hopes and dreams alive. Gyro, touch it to the side. Short on net. The whiff coming through. Percy has to finish, and he does. There's the equaliser.
That's a huge flick there from Lion Blaze. Gyro plays it right back into the orange hands, and Kinsey sends it on away where Percy is ready and waiting. So you look at the tie-up on the front of the box, but a better execution all around. When you finally triple commit, it does work out, and you have spacing to boot. M80 tie it up with a minute 13.
Throwing out off the kickoff. Here goes Cheese. Guess who? Off the ceiling. Maybe off the kickoff just to do something here. No, can't quite get it to work. Sosa, shot on net. Double commit from Matey, but with his Lion Blaze to grab the corner boost and try and set up here. Try and create a bit of an offense of their own. He's going to get the dunk as well. This could be fantastic. Sitting downfield. Skim off the sidewall. Another beat out. Cheese. He's on a different level at the moment here for Koi. Maybe the solo play flicks it across. Tries to get his team involved. But Lion Blaze, he was too smart for them.
50% from the field. Cheese doing all that he can for Koi. Gyro tries to cut it down, and Lion Blaze is far pushed up. Playing it low, gets it around one. Cheese now has to fly out of the play. There's a demo to open up the back line. Hold on. Percy off the top post. Followed up from Lion Blaze. Won't be there. He leaves off and waits for the counterattack smartly as well. Percy back down to earth, and Cheese sends it on its way into the front box. Sosa now getting the call. Numbers are up, but they spread, and Gyro has to make all that he can out of this with very little boost.
Oh, does get the flip reset, but not too much power on that one. Lion Blaze, huge beat out. 10 seconds left. Can we get a goal in regulation? Is it going to be Matey's time to get a game on the board? Sosa dribbles the ball down. Lion Blaze wants to keep it up. Does get dunked out. We have OT here. Is it going to be the Cheese Man to lock this one down? Or can we see the comeback from Matey?
Oh, hold on. 1v1 off the kickoff. Big 50 there. Gyro yet again stepping up and standing strong when his number is called. Cheese back to the midfield. Nothing in the tank. Gyro's going to have to clear this one away. Koi struggling to find these clears, and Kinsey is more than happy to pick the pocket of Koi in Game 3.
I felt like they deserved the game, and they get the one here when they needed to. Backs against the wall. It was the clear that didn't quite find a teammate. Koi defense not quite there, and Matey do get one on the board. Leaf X.
That's me. Would you like some info?
Oh, I don't know, just whatever you want, really.
Cool. Oh, well, we'll start singing along. This is no, let's not do that. It's not a musical at this point. I want to tell you about NRG, because I know some people are going to want to hear about that. They just won 3-0 against Hey Bro. So that's Hey Bro's chances done. They are outie. I believe that's Major and World's chances gone for Hey Bro. So F's in the chat for Hey Bro. But NRG fans are going to be happy that they go on. I mean, not happy that in the next round that they have to face off against Complexity, but that's a fun second round for them. But we take the dubs where they are. We take dubs where they are.
Let me say it. I'm sick of hearing about it. NRG, it's about time. If you want to win, I don't care who you're playing in that lower round. You might agree with me, you might not, but let's get an upset. It's time for you guys to show up, make a statement, and what better statement space, man, than taking down Regional 1 winners?
If you take down Complexity, I think the world would break. The Twitter's going to be insufferable. Reddit's going to be. I want it. Let's get it going.
Let's get this one going as well. Straight into it here. If it was Matey to get that one game, the crucial game number 3, but well, Koi still did look in control. This man's been looking in control the entire series. Bump comes through. No follow-up from his teammates there on Koi, and well, it felt like that could have been the first goal right there.
Gyro's already out, so you get the back corner grab. More resources here. We saw in the last game where you're starting to see the shot selection for Koi open up. They were going for the top bar. They were playing the left post, trying to spread numbers thin and create a lot of mismatches there from M80 on the handoff. Sosa couldn't get there in time, but she's still upfield with very little boost, being a nuisance.
Matey struggling to get out of defense. The dunk did come through. Lion Blaze just buying time almost for his teammates to grab some boost and help out some offense. Try and get it out of this defensive end. Cheese pushes it downfield. Kinsey with the follow-up. Both members there from Matey ready to attack. Lion Blaze on the sidewall trying to play a 1v1 50-50 game. Not quite working. No boost to work with as well. Gyro off the sidewall. Double touch on target. There's a follow-up. Has to be a goal. And finally we see a goal from someone else other than the Swiss man himself. It's going to be Sosa getting one on the board.
The battle of the second touch and the rebounds all there for Koi in this series. Sets it up nicely. Sosa crashes in and collapses on the paint. Can't really do much there if you're M80 except watch it go by. 1-0 lead again. Koi start off a game where they have an advantage. Now can they build upon it for M80? Pressure on their shoulders as Percy off the kickoff wins a huge 50 through the corner. But Sosa tried to slow it down, and with that maybe a bit of a taste of your own medicine on the opposite end as we go right from a kickoff into a 1-1 game.
Yeah, they found everything off that kickoff, all the offensive pressure. So he just didn't get a 50-50. He needed it all there. And well, the rotations were a little bit slow from Koi to get back in time. Lion Blaze puts it away. Matey get a goal out of nothing there. Just the neutral reset off the kickoff was all it needed. And back to a tie ball game.
Are we going 5? That's the question.
Feels like it.
Some people might be asking. I don't know what everybody's thinking, but M80 is certainly thinking it because at this point, they look a lot more confident through the corner. Here we go from the ceiling. Kinsey tries to slot it into the upper right, but just can't. And Percy wins another 50. Alrighty, the offense is up in high gear, swinging now as they leave everything on the table and the kitchen sink. Lion Blaze through the corner, and Percy puts it on target.
And Joro comes down off the crossbar to make the double save there, Koi. Well, they've held on, but Matey should have scored. A counter-attack down the other end. Double touch. Lion Blaze doesn't get the touch he needs, but Percy is up in time here. Matey are certainly growing in confidence as the games wear on, as the time ticks down. It might be the cheese that needs to be the hero here for Koi to get them back into this one, because it just feels like Matey have all the momentum and the confidence. Percy throws it down the line. Joro does deal with it. Cheese is in the center, ready for the flip reset pass over the top. Does get 50-50'd out. And Percy's there though. Matey, they're controlling that midfield a lot better here, Spaceman.
Yeah, but you're also looking at Lion Blaze to have to make some of those reads a little bit quicker. He was giving a lot of space to Sosa and Cheese to carry that ball upfield. If they can jump on those Lions, you're looking at a very different situation with spreading the numbers thin and using those opposite angles to really pick your placements on the net. Joro watching his teammate do all the dirty work right now on the backboard. Percy comes in and Lion Blaze tries to play underneath. Does enough to chip the ball into the corner. Center back out to Kinsey. A pass wide though, but I do like the angle, or more the attempt there, as you're seeing M80 start to spread their wings a little bit.
Koi look very awkward in defense right now. The bumps coming through aren't going to help their cause either. Sosa doesn't get the touch. It's too heavy. Lion Blazers all the time to kick it out for the pass. Cheese just reads it in time. And well, Joro jumped for the first one, but it gets a dunk on the second shot coming through. Lion Blaze, no boost to work with. The demo coming out on Cheese might spell the end of this counter-attack. Joro has other ideas. Shot on target. Percy is there in time. Grabs the boost. Sosa fires it on. Cheese here for the follow-up. Koi now. It's their time to have an offense. Maybe another touch here. Lion Blaze, no boost to work with. Koi sending it on target. Everyone's so awkward, but Sosa's not ready for that corner bounce off the side post.
And he has to be. He has to be able to make that read quicker because you're getting a lot of inner timings off the sidewall. When Koi are putting a shot on target, they're forcing the saves and the defense to commit from M80. It's forcing respect at the midfield. You're able to breathe a little bit more. It's all about the timing, but you have to be willing to meet those rebounds in the front of the box. Sosa needs to do a better job there, but he'll fly off for the play. Back in, looking for the connection. Joro should be able to send this one on its way to the corner. He will, but numbers stack. It's a 2 spread as Kinsey plays it through the box. Sosa going to make the catch. Getting trailed from behind. Don't know how much boost he has right now, but at least it's enough to clear the play away. And Cheese will have to come up to meet this ball.
He does so, but the 50-50 he's going to go central. Shot on net. Percy fires it and gets it there. Matey do take the lead. Fantastic comeback from them this game. And the 50-50 just wasn't quite desirable there from Cheese.
Down 2-0, making the march back. Sosa couldn't rotate in time. The counterattack was there. 2-1 lead. Under 50 seconds to play here on Coliseum. Oh, it might be happening. We could be going to Champions Field, but the next 40 will decide it all right now if you are M80 in the lower bracket.
Feels like it, doesn't it? Feels like the momentum right now is all for Matey. The 50-50 again. They're just getting faster right now. Cheese is in big trouble, but Lion Blazers put it wide. Percy, the follow-up, tries to Doomsy dish it to himself. Can't quite get the touch. Koi, well, they're hanging on for dear life, but the ball needs to get down the other end here. 18 seconds left. They need to find something, find some magic. It's been Cheese, 6 goals this series. Well, he hasn't found one in a while, none this game, and the shot on net is going to put the nail in the coffin. We're heading to Champions Field.
And there it is from Lion Blaze, cutting down the passes, intercepting at the midfield, and Percy, who was up, making the read. That's the small adjustment from M80 that was missing in the first 2 games. It started to come into form a little bit here in Coliseum and kicks in finally. With about 30 seconds to go, they stamped their lead down in pretty dominant fashion. As a 3-1 will be the final score, as we, regardless, will be going to Game 5 in Champions Field on the docket. With that, all right, now we get into situations where we're not only talking about points, but also talking about mentality, making a run through the lower bracket. Koi had a 2-0 lead. M80 trying to snuff that out very quickly, and a reverse sweep is on the cards.
Leaf, what do you got for us? I know you're here, you're itching to tell us about an upset.
Yeah, Leaf.
Am I though? I'm only talking because you guys keep making me talk. You know, this is on you guys. I'm just here relaxing, watching Rocket League. You know, all of a sudden I have to work. Team Axel is looking like they might get potentially reverse swept. Shopify has been held to match point by Team Axel, but they're looking to looking to see if they can get that reverse sweep. So this isn't the only one on the board. And then we have a overtime, 3.5 minutes approaching for Dignitas 0-1. Reminder that 0-1 is has their major and worlds implications all on the line here if they get knocked out. So Dignitas, make sure you have that stream open on your side screen right now. If you're not already watching it, they get 1 goal right here. They'll knock out 0-1 and they'll move on. And they just did it. Okay, you don't need to open up the stream anymore. They just scored. Dignitas will move on in the bracket and they'll be facing off against G2 in that second round.
Big matchup for G2. I mean, say what you want, but do Dignitas create an upset? I don't think so, but you never know. With the way Atomic looked today, looks like the best player in North America, the way he's shooting. I don't know. It's going to be fun. North American Rocket League is always chaotic, and it's an interesting region to say the least. But here we go. Into game number 5. It's a reverse sweep on the table. Right now, if you are M80 for Koi, trying to stop the bleeding and get back to baseline here, but you got to like the offense you're seeing from M80.
Yeah, it just felt like the first 2 games, as we said, it was the cheese show. He was just building a platter. He had the biscuits, he had everything in the offense, but since then, he's found a way to get back in and through just 50-50s, bring out that speed in the offense there has really rattled Koi's defense. The double commits, well, they're just very prominent right now for Koi and have been plaguing them so far in game 3 and 4. Are they going to be able to fix it in game 5? Is it going to be the cheese show again? It's an open net. So's to find a way, but he's just too slow, Spaceman, to get back. Gyro fake underneath. Percy in net. Matey, hold on.
Yeah, just a little too hesitant, and I don't know if that's whether a comms issue or just doesn't want to make that first mistake to overcommit. You lose a booming clear, and all of a sudden you're down 1-0. But those are just a lot of ifs, ands, or buts. But what isn't is Gyro being a sneaky little beaver in the front of the box.
It just felt like your grandfather just walking this one in. He got bumped and found himself under the ball, completely faked the matey defense. And Koi get a goal. Well, a little bit fortunate that it turned into a fake play. I don't know if it was intentional, the bump, but they made it work.
If you don't know what you're doing, neither will the other defense. So you're good. Just let it rock, man. Hope that somebody's in position. That is one of the more interesting repositionings you're going to see out of Koi. Put in a 10 list somewhere. That is one of the plays of all time. Here we go. All right. So 1-0 lead. I don't know how that happened. Into the next one.
I think that's what Matey will be saying as well. They need to forget about that one, move on and get the equaliser, which they almost got there, 50-50. Percy, Line Blaze just pops it up. Kinsey can go to work. Flip reset on target, blocked out by Cheese. Guess who? Gyro's there in defense. The double commits, even when they're faking for each other, Spaceman, it just looks awkward here, Koi in defense, but, well, they need to try and fix it up here. 3 minutes left. They want to hold on to this lead and move on in this regional. The pressure is building.
Yeah, it's not clean, but it gets the job done, which has worked for the majority of this series. There is a demo, power play open. Koi will try to slow it down. Lion Blaze just poking it free and giving his teammate time to get off spawn and back into the swing of things. With that, Gyro is ready for the pass, and he'll meet it, but so will Lion Blaze. A huge cut down just to slow the offense and now force Cheese to make a play out of nothing as Sosa overcommitted. And here comes numbers up. The spread begins. M80 have everything available to work with, but we go back to Boomball here on Champions Field.
Great touch there for Gyro on the backboard. He had to pre-jump onto the backboard after being out of position, and he did make it work. That's better from Koi in defense, but again, a little bit caught out. Sosa rotate back post is going to be able to smack that one downfield. Percy trying to go to work. Doesn't get the control touch, but Cheese misses. Now we've got a solo play. Percy flip reset, blocked out. Shot coming through, follows up, but, well, he's baited Kinsey in the process there. Matey with 2 minutes 10 on the clock. They've got the offense, but they're not finding the opening.
And now M80 are starting to throw numbers into the defenders alone for Koi, just forcing them to fall back into their own net, forcing them through the corner, getting them off their lanes, just creating disruption where you can. And that's been a big benefactor to how they've been able to find success upfield. Percy screams into the corner, and Gyro, with a missed touch, gives it right back. The boys in orange make their move, and Lion Blaze will have to fall back to the midfield. Wait, pops it. She should make this read. Kinsey's up, bumps him off the play, clears lane, over to Kinsey. Through the corner, Percy back down to the ground. Can't get the touch, and Cheese will find the clear.
The pace is picking up for Matey, though. I'm feeling an equaliser coming any second now. No, Kinsey off the crossbar, goes wide. Counter attack from Gyro. Double touch. It's free as it be, but no, it's not. Lion Blaze is right there to pick it up. Sosa in the centre. Gyro skim. Does put Kinsey under pressure. Matey, well, it felt like it should be 1-1 right now, but it might be 2-0. Cheese shot goes wide, gets saved by Percy. with a minute left just over. Matey had an opportunity space, man. They need to find another one.
I mean, if they can withstand this pressure, hold on. Sosa almost got a lucky break around as Jaro goes for the dunk. It circles around and Kinsey's out. Big shot, bullseye! Cheese is in, 2-0 lead.
There it is. We talked about the biggies and cheese. He's found his platter up front there in front of net. The bumps come through to secure that one. He buries the top corner for good measure. And Koi, I don't want to say they're getting away here with this game number 5, but there's been a few fortunate moments and perhaps Matey not making the most of their chances.
It's just a series of small mistakes, whether there was the counterattacks and lack of clears from M80 in the start of game 1 and 2, and just this chippy offense, this uncharacteristic swing upfield and the counterattacks from Koi. It hasn't been the cleanest Rocket League for both teams, but in the trenches, Koi have been able to win the battle of the rebounds. They've been winning a lot of the second touches and creating disruptions on the goal line like this that make it so difficult for M80 to get a solid touch, a wonderful clear downfield, and an even better possession to keep the offense moving. And it's difficult to find sustained Rocket League when you just can't get the angles you're looking for and you can't find the touches you want. This one might be all done unless Kinsey can give it to Percy on all give and go and find themselves a goal. I don't know if it's possible.
9 seconds left. This is all over. As we said, it's been messy rock, but Koi, they're just doing enough to get the job done here. They're just killing time off the clock. There it is. Nothing happening on the side of Matey. And it is Koi who deny the reverse sweep and move on into lowers round 2, believe it or not, where they're basically playing a finals matchup. The lower bracket leaf is ridiculous. I can't believe all those teams are down there. And these teams, well, they've got over the little hurdle, as we said. Lowers round 1 there for Koi, but, well, there's a big beast waiting for them in FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I'm glad that we're already on to top 8 in the next round here. As seriously, it's crazy. It's absolutely wild. And now that these teams have gotten their dubs, the fact that they have to look forward to that now and come to realization, oh man, and we got to do that today. We don't even have time to prep. That's coming up next is probably the most wild piece. I do want to mention one more game is still going on though in this lower bracket round 1. One more team potentially to be eliminated. Shopify has brought it to game 5 on their attempt at a reverse sweep, but Team Axel is sitting up 1 goal now with 3 minutes left. So after these replays, we're going to see them on the screen, our last match, and the winner of that will be facing off of just an easy team called Gen G.
Yeah, you know.
Wow. Yeah,
it's
fine. I wouldn't worry about it. Like, it's Gen who? Who? Gen, how do you say it?
Gen GG Easy.
Gengi.
That's what I'll be thinking. Yeah, Gen G Easy if you're playing them here, but I don't think either of these sides will be thinking about that right now. They're trying to lock it here in game 5, and you said Axel, nice early lead, but this is a tough matchup. Who would you have predicted going into this matchup, Spaceman?
I mean, I'd probably be looking at Shopify, just kind of given how their road's gotten towards this point, and more importantly, how this team had a bit riding on them with the expectations, of course, ever since they formed the new roster. Granted, they got swept by version 1. It's a matchup you're going to favor version 1 almost 100 times they play it, but it's still a bit surprising that this team has struggled to maybe find their footing to be a consistent top 8 contender. Granted, they just tied it up with 2 minutes to play, but I'm a bit surprised from Shopify that they're still figuring things out.
Yeah, that's, we got it all tied up here with 2 minutes left. Hey, you know what? Let's give you two a break. Let's go down to a listen in and see how this game 5 potential reverse sweep finishes off.
Finally, Rebellion are able to pick apart the Axel defense for a goal. It took them 3 minutes. Wonder if Axel are up next here. As Toasty takes across the width of the field. Memory cuts it off here. This is looking dangerous as 2-piece. To pinch it right in the net then and there. He's kind of staked his claim in front of the Axel net, trying to poke away any goal that he can here. This ball goes loose here. Parse gonna touch it off the backboard. This is dangerous. Taroko, a big clear.
And finally, we get a clear to give us some breathing room. Toasty's looking for the second touch. Toasty will put it just wide. Memory able to get the save. Gimmick for a good 50. They're fumbling over themselves right now. Taroko, please. You're the Canadian boy for a reason. Gimmick looking for something, but can't get anything. Memory's just gonna put that one through. Come on, boys. You have a minute remaining. Don't let Shopify get the sweep here.
It's been the same theme on and on again. Rebellion just kind of banking on the mistakes of Axel. And guess what? They've hedged their bets correctly because they're getting the returns right now. They've got the lead. Minute left. Maybe a 2-goal lead. That one very scary. Axel almost giving off another kickoff attempt there. Taroko, what a dodge into the ball. It's on target. It's saved. Gimmick with the follow off of the backboard. Can't get that either. Taroko at the midfield line. Axel have to push their advantage. Gimmick keeping 2-piece out of the play, but not for long enough. Toasty goes for the dive in the net. Can't get there. Axel have to keep pushing.
And Shopify, they're starting to fumble over themselves right now, trying to keep that defense alive. The pressure very much getting to them, realizing that Team Axel are on the cusp. They're in the waiting, trying to get that last goal to tie up this game and potentially force an overtime. But we need to be speedier, boys. We need to get there. Toasty looking to get possession. We'll just send one through, but no. We need a more concerted offense right now. Toasty can't get there in time. Two-piece. He'll be able to get the clear. And as the last seconds wind down, we're going to have one more possession. Shopify look to be in the waiting. It looks like it will be a Shopify win unless we can get a 0-second goal here. But no, it looks like it won't happen. Shopify Rebellion get the reverse sweep. And
there it is. As mentioned by the commentators, Seb and I, Atomic down there, we have a reverse sweep completed for Shopify Rebellion. The Faith, also Spaceman, I would have picked them as well, but again, they had a little bit of trouble in this bracket so far, dropping down real early on. They got 3-0'd in the first round, and now going to a game 5 here. It's not been an easy journey for them.
I mean, sample size isn't fair. They played V1 the first game. Like, okay, they got 3-0'd. I'm not going to count it against them. But the fact that they've bounced back and now the reward is they get Gen G is terrifying. But like, look, they're making the run. NA Rocket League's chaotic. You just got to make a run, man. That's
exactly. All. I mean, it feels like every team's struggling, not just Shopify. There, you have a look at this lower bracket that we've got coming up. So I feel like it's a little bit of a shaky regional for everyone.
We have the most lower bracket round 2 of all time. Coming all top 4 seeds in North America and in points are sitting in our next matchups. We'll have those just after the break. And here on the mainstream, it's going to be Complexity versus NRG.
I will say Worlds is definitely the end goal. Like it's where everyone wants to be. Like not only do you want to make it there, but you want to perform there. You want to be a top team. You want to win. Like winning Worlds is like everything we've done, every single split, every hardship we went through was for getting to Worlds and winning Worlds. So yeah, I would say Worlds is definitely the end.
Awkward Hunters there! Space Station take the lead!
Me personally, no, I'm not really feeling that much pressure. I mean, maybe ask me when I'm in game, when I'm in a series, trying to qualify, like my qualifying game. But as of right now, And like even going into this next regional, I don't feel anything yet.
Gonna try to keep this here in his space. LJ to win!
I don't think the wild card would be good enough. We always want to shoot for higher, shoot for the stars. So if we could make the main event, that would be definitely be prime, definitely be the way we would like to get to Worlds. But the wild card, it's like, I mean, you're still there. You still gotta perform regardless, and kind of get like a little warm up before Worlds if you do the wild card. So whatever happens, happens. But I think we could low key get to the main event.
Timeout. Oh, he's come back with anything. Absolutely not.
We've been putting in the time, putting in the effort, trying to get better. Even though there's like a lot of teams that were teamed for a lot longer than us, they went through the hardships of losing and being at the bottom, and they clawed their way to the top. So I'm glad we could start off strong. We're just looking to keep that going. Like, we're a new team. We shouldn't have too much expectations, but we know what we can do. We know what we're capable of, and we're gonna do it.
Chance there for LJ. Brilliant. Again. LJ surging for Space Station Gaming.
I would very much like to welcome you back to the Rocket League Championship Series. It is the North American Cup presented by Mobile One. I'm Leaf, Spaceman, and CJ are here to help me finish out our last lower bracket matchup. Let's talk about what's happened here, boys. Let's take a look at that lower round. Of course, Don't look at the lower bracket round 2 yet. Keep your eyes off that because like it's intimidating. Just look at what we just saw here, Spaceman. We had a couple. We just saw a reverse sweep for Rebellion. Almost had others across the board too. Koya Matey, that was an exciting match, but these teams, a lot of teams here are eliminated 0-1 in Haybro. Both out of contention for the majors and worlds.
Yeah, tough weekend there for Haybro, of course. A lot in terms of conversation-wise, maybe not so much merit in gameplay, but we were hoping for Haybro to potentially make a run. We want to see, obviously, those players do well and what that can mean for Spring. And, of course, Worlds, they will drop out. 0-2, of course, also falling out from Dignitas. Almost a reverse sweep potential for M80, but they fall in Game 5. And, of course, we just saw what happened with Rebellion. So there's been a lot of upsets, a lot of going the distance so far to start Friday, but NA's been shaken up, and it just means that there's chaos currently happening on the right side of the bracket, which is very close.
Chad, I told you not to. I see you already looking at it. You're already you spoiled yourselves. CJ, we got the top 4 teams in the next round. What is going on?
We were just talking about that in the break. It felt like round 1, the first, round of the day was all pretty standard, a couple of games here and there. Round 2, demolition job, upsets every single series, and now we get this. Like, well, what is this lower round 2? Chat, what's going on right now? Gen G FaZe, it looks like we're going to get them again. Surprise, surprise, in an NA regional, but this time it could be in the lower round 3. But from what we saw in the upper bracket space, man, this could not go, could go unexpected here, this lower round 2. We could see some more upsets.
We could see chaos between FaZe and, if FaZe and Gen G both lose, chalk it up like this regional is exploding with potential for not only D-Rec to have to do major scenarios now and what that means for Worlds, but points that matter currently. Like, yes, the prize is great. Yes, thousands of dollars is awesome, but also making sure you solidify your spot for major contention and for Worlds coming up around the corner. Like, Leaf, this is much more than just making it through lower round 2. This is also, you don't want to lose your spot in the top 4 if you're Gen G or FaZe or G2.
I also just love the time that NRG doesn't get O2'd, and guess what? They get given the hardest lower bracket possible to try to go. I bet you that's what NRG fans are taking away from this right now is that, it's everything's against them. Well, let's see. This is a hard lower bracket. Let's talk about that matchup coming up here because NRG is going to be playing against Complexity, the regional winners from the North American Open. Spaceman, that's, already odds against you if you're NRG. They got the momentum coming off a win. Complexity's had to sit there for a few moments, but you gotta bet Complexity wasn't sitting there getting cold.
No, look, if you're Complexity, this is very similar and reminiscent of kind of how FaZe have slow starts on Thursdays and Fridays. Complexity seems to be in that same regard, where if they show up to an event and like double elim and they drop early, that's not super surprising. They have what it takes to win the whole thing. We've just seen it. They have what it takes to compete for top 4 at LANs. We just saw it. But Complexity have been inconsistent at times. Same thing with things like FaZe. So if you're Razebull, AJG, and CRR, now is the time to just lock in. Like, you understand what's in front of you. You understand what NRG bring to the table. You cannot afford to have a bad regional here. Granted, they're not out of major or anything, but this is just the time to show that you are a legitimate threat in NA after winning a regional.
Well, chat, let's see if the copium's there.
Come on,
your
chat.
Hashtags in. NRG or Complexity who takes this one. Quick thoughts from the analysts. I'm going to make you do this right now. Do we see a rising NRG? Are you still on the copium, or is the previous regional winners going to take it? Spaceman, you start us.
I think if you're NRG, if not now, when? But I also look at Complexity and say you just won the regional, and I can't not pick them. I got Complexity.
Yeah, this is going to be hard, I think, for Death CJ for us to go against Complexity on this.
It is. Like, firstly, just put up Complexity before I go into this monologue. Put up Complexities. Obviously, I'm predicting them. They should win this. But, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sick of hearing, as you said, Leaf, they've got a tough run, NRG, lower bracket, Complexity. I'm sick of it. I don't want to hear it. I don't care who they're playing. This is the opportunity. It wouldn't matter if they played a couple of mediocre teams and got a top 8. I don't care. I want to see who they're beating. I want to see them taking down some top dogs. So this is their time. They should be thanking their lucky stars that they get Complexity, the winners of the last regional. If they can take them down and announce themselves, NRG could be back. This is their opportunity on the mainstream in front of the world. Let's see if they can do it. Ball's in their court.
I could also see them winning this and then not just getting stomped in the next match. It's as I said, they're the toddlers getting 1 meter further every single time, but they still fall off the bike. We'll see, but I do think the journey ends here. I do think Complexity is going to end up taking this one. I'm sorry, chat, if you end up going with them, you do. They're still alive.
Okay.
The copium is still hot and alive in chat, but yeah, I don't know about that one, chat. Hey, Spaceman Complexity, I guess we'll find, or Spaceman and CJ, you are Complexity. We'll find out now.
I respect the commitment to NRG, I really do, but I never want to see any of you on Twitter talking about NA's the best, we're so strong, when you have takes like that. A 60% margin for NRG in this matchup. They better come out and prove it, because Complexity are regional champions in North America, but Justin is a world champion, and he starts it off hot.
Oh, the chat, they're here for the entertainment factor, and so's Justin right now. NRG, this is the NRG of old, the way they're starting this series. And as I said, if they're going to announce themselves, this roster, I'm tired of seeing them lose. I'm tired of seeing them not competitive against the top sides. I don't care about a Game 5 loss, Spaceman. I care about them taking down some of the top teams. Woo! And CRR, he's got other ideas, gets the instant equaliser.
If you're going to come for the Kings right now in North America, you got to get ready to throw shots at the crown, because CRR is not going to miss often. Tied up 1-1. We've already got a hot game 1 underway, but to keep things in perspective, it's a 63-point difference in the standings between these two teams. You're talking about a top 4 versus like a bottom 12 on the best days, but trying to work their way up now is NRG will have a lot in front of them they have to work through. If you're CRR and company, you've played a lot of great Rocket League as of late, individually stepped up the mechanics and the teamwork as well. We should see the very best from Complexity against this veteran leadership you have on NRG, but you also have to work off the top bar before CRR comes in for the close.
Oh no, this is not what you want to see. The clear coming through, but Razeball's there for the 50-50, and they could not get the ball out of the net. Justin flat-footed, the shot comes through, and NRG they continuously seemingly find themselves in awkward situations. We saw what happened there in the upper bracket against Space Station Gaming earlier on, and they started strong there with Justin, but the demos coming through, Complexity are just almost bullying them now.
Bit of time burned, slowing it down now for Squishy. One of the better upfield players you're going to see in North American Rocket League. Granted, NRG haven't had the results to really show what this team can still do as a core 3, but Squishy setting up his teammates has been phenomenal this season. If you're just watching the way he plays, how often he's feeding it to Justin, giving it to Garrett, some Squishy love is much needed for this team to get back into high gear. We know what they're capable of, but just give it on a give and go. And all right, let your 2 best players work upfield. Garrett gives it to Justin, and there's the goal.
I love this from Justin. He's been sitting downfield all game, and it's working right now. Bring us some offense, show us what they can do. Complexity not expecting that rotation back. They overcommitted third man. AJG went for that ball. Garrett had the great read, and Justin's been there for the follow-up. It seems like they're mixing it up a little bit. They're just throwing caution to the wind, this roster, which is what we've wanted them to do for so long. Playing such a standard, form, standard structure of Rocket League has not been working for this side for, over 12 months, longer, almost 2 years now. But this is what we like to see. But CRR again, he is just him right now. That's a hat trick in 1 minute 30, if you don't mind.
He's got 4 shots already, and the reset right over Garrett gives himself the hat trick. A lot of time in game 1. We've got 5 goals already. Not a lot of defense from Complexity. But on the other side, they have been more than happy to try their hand at things. And letting CRR do what he does best. Win one-on-ones in the air and play it over the back line. Quick cut down to Squishy. Powerful shot. And a slap from the wrist as Justin was up to meet the 50, but quickly taken away. CRR trying to make it 4 goals. The pinch from the backboard, and Razeball will clear it.
Fantastic save just before there by Razeball, but I just think Squishy has to do more with that, with a free shot on net, infield pass, and he just sort of shot a top middle. Razeball with a fantastic pre-jump save, but that should be a goal every day of the week for NRG if they want to be competitive against Complexity. CRR, Justin does get the pre-jump there. Fantastic read, and I like this from NRG so far. I know they've conceded 3 goals of their own, but I'd rather see a high-scoring game where they are willing to push downfield, and we saw what Justin has done a couple of times so far. I like seeing that the defense can take care of themselves, or itself, but at least they're finding opportunities.
When you get in these kind of stretches where you're NRG and you're becoming kind of victims to the monotony of Rocket League, where you get stuck, whether it's a playstyle change or a comms issue, what do you think, just from player perspective, CJ, hold on, is that one went off the corner? What do you think that needed to change for NRG to give them their confidence back?
I don't know, to be honest. This is it. It's phenomenal that they haven't made a roster change. They've stuck it out. I know that they can be good enough, but we just haven't seen it for long enough. Justin, no! The shot was open right side. Can't find a counter-attack. Garrett G does clear it to the side. NRG have had 2 attempts now, 2 chances to get the equaliser, and they can't quite get it. Maybe this is it. It's hard as a professional player. It wears you down when you're not making the most of those sort of chances. But NRG seem like they've at least got this sort of mental fortitude to keep pushing, keep trying new things. And this is the series, as we said, Spaceman. This is a series where they can show everyone what they've been working on, show us that they can still be competitive against the best.
It opened up with a flurry of shots, but since then it's been a quiet front here. Everybody else getting boom ball opportunities, but the goals have stopped. They've trickled down, even though there's been quality looks there from Garrett and Justin, as Squishy will get the midfield grab. So you have a chance now. Circle back in for the 50 if you like, but he'll call it from his own corner and take press. Justin underneath, wins it over 1. Raiseball can't get the extra touch. CR will now get the call up to midfield. Justin flying off the play. Garrett misses. And center back out, so chances here for complexity, but they don't crash appropriately, and they'll have to play it off the backboard.
Justin just adopting a bit of a ball chase mindset. I don't mind it here. As we said, pushing downfield, just always turning, going for the aggressive option in the 50-50 game. The downfield pass, Raiseball's there in the midfield. Garrett pushes up, but NRG can't quite get it to work. That's a great infield pass. The cut's not there. Garrett G does get it out. 30 seconds on the clock. Counter-attack now.
Uh-oh.
NRG, that's not the touch they wanted. It's saved out by AJG. Complexity gave them a window to get through, but NRG couldn't squeeze through.
It was a mistake from CRR, but wasting no time and no expense. NRG pounce on it quickly. They get another one there. Squishy front box, but AJG slows it, puts a hand up, and gets right back out from the paint. Game clock turned off. 8 to go. The center to Squishy. It's alive, and it's wide open for Complexity. It will roll in for 4-2 lead, and with that, game 1 is done.
They had to go for it. They had to try, but Squishy just got beaten out by both Complexity players there. They just threw caution to the wind. 5 seconds left. It's still a 1-goal game in my mind, but NRG just couldn't quite get that late equaliser. It wasn't a bad game 1 from this side. They obviously came out firing. Justin has been that player for them so far this game. But defensively, they've fallen apart a few times. And, well, it has been a story of this roster so far. I just want to see something, Spaceman. Just show us why you've stuck together. Show us what you guys believe in, what you guys can see as a team. They've still got a chance. It's only the first game, still a long series to go. Leaf, tell me there's been some upsets elsewhere.
Not well. Looking at the phase match, no. They took game 1 against Koi, and they're up currently 1 goal against them in game number 2. And then looking at Gen G, they're in overtime right now, a minute into overtime, 1-1. And Dignitas is currently down a game to G2, but they are up 2 goals with 3 minutes left in that second game. But so to answer it again, no, currently no upsets, which I guess is not expected, hence why they're called upsets. But maybe Dignitas will nab one here. And again, the fact that Koi is keeping a low score line here against FaZe might be a good sign. But I don't know. I still expect these top 4 teams to push on through, CJ.
Yeah, well, you would too, but I don't know. What we saw in the upper bracket was insane.
Sure, fair enough.
We're talking about, this EU versus NA. It's time for NA's time to show us what they've got after that EU regional. And well, NA said, let's have the most entertaining, most wild bracket we could possibly put together. I don't mind that approach, Spaceman.
I don't either. Look, NA is always going to be a bit chaotic after we just had what many are considering the best top 4 showing in a regional so far in the RLCS last weekend. And I said, let's have one of the all-time regional showings just ever. Let's just have a showing. Who knows what it might look like, but let's just be there and be present for it because it's happening.
Let's have an all-time showing. Let's just have one of these showing. I don't mind that. And NRG are trying to do that right here. Game number 1, as we saw, they get a couple goals on the board, which is commendable against a side like Complexity, who seem to be able to lock it down. They're so fast rotating back. They don't give you an inch in offense. And NRG did find a way through. Unfortunately, down the other end, they let 4 goals of their own. So they need to clean it up defensively in this game number 2.
And when we looked at the Mobile One High Performance replay, it was all of CRR. 4 goals to his name in Game 1. It really was the CRR versus NRG show. And if that is a sign for things to come, start to isolate him on those counterattacks and maybe get physical. Start looking for the bumps. The pinch was going to be pretty darn good from Justin, but just can't open up the proceedings. And the clear comes from CRR, the man of the hour, as he finds it to the orange side of the field. And Justin will respond from his own corner. Back to the midfield, juggling, spiraling before AJG gets a hand up. And now the offense swings in to the center box. Garrett G trying to circle it around, but he'll have numbers in the back to worry about.
Justin looks so locked in right now for NRG. He's creating these opportunities. They had a 2-on-1 before, but he just pinched it a little bit wide. And as you said, that was the story of Game 1. They had these chances, these half chances that the best teams, they capitalise on. They're scoring, 70% of the time, but NRG just not finding way through. The demo coming through. CRR, he was the hat-trick hero for Game 1 for Complexity. Does get blocked out there. Justin, huge beatdown on AJG. The infield passes on to Garrett off the corner. The NRG special, but that's just not the touch that Garrett wanted. He couldn't even follow up himself. Squishy was waiting in the wings as well. And now Complexity walk it down the other end.
And Squishy's been stalled. He had all the boost to work with, but he had to wait for Justin to make that clear. So you're taking him out of the play. Even with resources here, NRG aren't able to expend that boost to get back outfield with possession, but there's Squishy. Keep an eye on him as Garrett tried to work underneath. The cut down from CRR. Waiting on the 50. Justin makes his read. Over 1. AJG clears it away dangerously and into the corner. So it's an adjacent swing for Justin, and he just tries to restabilize and win another one. He does just that, make it 2. A full one-man effort, one-man army for Justin. But NRG cannot capitalize and back into the blue side as AJG will try to play this one forward.
Complexity look awkward in defense, but they're making it work here. Squishy goes for the dunk, but CRR's ready for it. Off the sidewall, follow up. Garrett G and Justin commit, raise bulls there. Double commit from NRG could spell the end of this offense. Justin is just flat out ball chasing right now. He's getting in everyone's way. As I said, I don't mind it. They've got to throw some chaos in there, some inconsistency. That's open. Garrett's gone bang. AJG gets beaten for free. NRG open up Game 2.
And Justin with a beautiful 50 to get it on its way, and Garrett just puts the final stamp on this one. A massive swing from the opposite side of the field. And those are the shots we're used to seeing Garrett take from behind that 50-yard line. Finally, some more pressure as NRG have something cooking. Can it continue for 1:47?
A little bit of pace from the veteran. That's like what we're seeing from the old boy. And when I say old, I mean the young kid. He's still so young, but been around for so long here in the North American scene, in the global scene. Garrett G, the world champ under his belt as well. Hazebull does get it forward. Complexity now. This is where we see if NRG can lock it down. If they can take a game, they have to win this, keeping the series alive. Flip reset, Justin. CRR's awkward, but he still controls it and gets a second touch here. Garrett G with a great 50. Squishy's waiting, but throws the ball away. Justin again, just ball chasing all day long. But as we said, we don't mind this approach. We don't mind this from NRG. Squishy clears it downfield. Just over a minute left on the clock. And let's see what Complexity can do.
I mean, Complexity's pace of play has been neutralized. That's all of the credit to NRG at the midfield. They're cutting down these quick touches. They're deleting the opportunities that existed in the passing lanes as AJG was upfield just trying to bully Justin, but Justin evades the pressure and gives way to Squishy on the clear. CRR back into the front. The offensive third now starting to press. AJG will have to fall back and track this ball to give it to Razebull, and the handoff is successful from the ceiling. The reset to CRR. Plays it awkwardly on the bounce. Here comes AJG in front of Garrett, and all numbers collide, but no one finds anything before Squishy does get the clear. NRG thanking their lucky stars. The defenders are up because right now it's been chaotic, but they handle the pressure appropriately.
Garrett's coming up huge here in the midfield. He was getting bumped, but he found a way through. Front post pass, CRR's not ready. Complexity, 15 seconds left. Have to find a way in. This is NRG's time. If you've got a bit of life left in you with this titan of North America, this is where they need to do it right here, right now. Garrett, huge cut in the midfield. 5 seconds left. Can NRG get a game, get a bit of life in this series, put the pressure on Complexity, or will it be Razebull off the corner? The pass, CRR can't get it. NRG tired up.
Oh, so much midfield pressure from NRG and one last miracle from Razebull, but the connection just won't land. NRG will tie it up 1-1 here in our best of 5, the lower round. Deadly as ever, but here we go, trading blows back and forth, and you got your stat card, Leaf. It was all of NRG in this game, just consistently winning the 50s, winning the first touches, man. It just was a masterclass at the midfield.
Yeah.
52 points, Leaf. Oh, what?
Hey,
what? AJG, what happened there? 52 points. What's he been doing for that 5 minutes?
Hey, you know what?
Where's Leaf going?
No, I'm here. I'm just surprised Energy won. I had to run away real quick. It doesn't matter. Look at Hogan from last week, right? Scrub had 72 and they won a game with that. The points don't matter. Look at you looking at points. Well, in this case, it did matter. NRG, I'm excited to keep it close. Hey, I'm excited when things are close. Whether it's NRG's fault it's close or it's 52 points that it's close, who cares?
Yeah. That's
It's just not what you want to see, though. 52 points there. They need to get alive here. AJG, ball's in your court now. Game tied up. NRG do get the game back. Crucial game 2, as we said, Spaceman. Let's see if AJG can come online and perhaps the rest of NRG. It was Garrett that game. It was Justin game 1.
Yeah.
Let's see what Squishy can do.
Hey, Spaceman, before you get going here, I just want to let you know as well, if you're not watching the Shopify Gen G match, you want to go watch that now. Shopify is on match point. They're up 2-0 against Gen G.
No way.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, we need AJG to get 53, and we need Gen G to get 1. I mean, look, it's simple math here, folks. Just get something, please. Here we go. Tie series. If you want to keep updates, we'll have a little ticker that comes on the screen that'll keep you updated with the series. So if you want to stay here and watch the action, you can. And you can also watch this one go right over. All right, we've already doubled our points.
AJG has heard, he's been watching the stream in 35 seconds. He's 2.5 times these points there. Great start for Complexity. Great response after a bit of a disappointing game 2 from, well, as we said, NRG, we expect them to be a top team, but, you were talking about it. They're 70 points off them. They're basically a top 12 team. Complexity should be handling them with ease, and Justin just gets back for that one.
We were looking for a potential little chip shot on the bump, but it just will not find its way forward. Regardless, a minute burned, and we already have ourselves a 1-0 lead for Complexity. So you got AJG getting involved, and again, when this whole offense of Complexity get going, there's really nobody like them in North America, but it does take time and how slow they can come out of the gates. It's been a problem for them on Fridays and Thursdays, maybe for events, looking at the same situations for FaZe, for NRG. Now is your time to pounce, and you've had good results from Justin, really good results from Garrett, and you just said it. What can Squishy give us here in this game number 3? A decisive one at that in the lower rounds. You lose this, you're out in double elim. Razebull punches it sharply to the backboard, and Justin will find the clear. Garrett was looking for the touch, but just won't be there.
Yeah, we were calling for AJG to get involved, and he's done just that right off the bat here in Game 3. And as we said, we need to get all 3 members of NRG firing here. Razebull solo play. Justin pre-jumps onto the backboard. Doesn't get the touch. Garrett bails him out. Touchdown field as well. CRR cuts rotation. 3rd man. I don't mind it. Squishy. Here we go. What has he got? No boost. Fake underneath. Razebull gets it to the side. CRR with the clear as well. Garrett G left last man just for a moment. He's awkward as well. He's flat-footed. AJG double touch. Squishy gets back in time.
You burn all this boost to get upfield if you're Complexity, but once you get to the backboard, you're running out, and it's just nice recoveries and raids from NRG that have kept them involved in this game, down 1 goal, but how long will it last? Garrett circling like a shark at the midfield, waiting for his chance, and centers it to Justin. Justin just can't make the read. Squishy, and we'll leave it to Garrett on the pass. Right back to Squishy. Back to Garrett. We've seen this before, but AJG will cut it down and intercept quickly.
That pass back just wasn't good enough. Had to find Squishy. It went behind him now. Razebull goes for the bump. Garrett's awkward. Should be a goal. CRR cleans up. Complexity. They get their 2nd.
There's the physicality there from Razebull and company, as Razebull just gets a nice little tap on his Squishy and collides into Garrett on the goal line. Calls collateral. Opens up the lane. Does enough to a lead.
Again, it was just an opportunity down the other end. The bumps were coming through on net. Squishy had the chance to just shoot it and go for the touch. Instead, he passes it infield to Garrett. Garrett's out of position. He flings it back front post to Squishy. And the pass just wasn't there. Squishy double touch goes wide. Razebull's been huge in defense right now. This has to be a goal. CRR pre-jumps Justin on the wrong side of the ball to get an angle. And I keep talking about these little half chances that, the top side seemingly putting away. They're finding a way every day of the week. It's light work for them. They make it work. But NRG just can't find. They're almost scoring the guaranteed goals, but they're not finding the little ones, the little 30% chance ones to get through.
Razebull played it wide twice on this possession and set up this entire swing from CRR for the 3-0 lead. So many times avoids the 50, sets it up on a dime, and there's your teammate in the comms.
He's been sensational, Razebull, defensively, and Now he's setting up his teammates down the other end. CRR, great shot, puts it away, 3-0 lead. This game feels like it's all but wrapped up. NRG, I mean, it just feels like they have to start well in games and really put the pressure on Complexity. There's almost this element of, coming from player experience space, man. If you can see that first goal against a team like NRG, as a top team, you're thinking, gee, surely we don't want to be that team that loses to NRG. So they need to start well and really just make Complexity start thinking about it. Put them under the pump, make them sweat a little bit, and maybe Squishy. Can he get a bump on last man? No, he can't. AJG has responded beautifully here in this game.
And what do you think the approach is for whether or not it's just all competitive teams across the board? When you are down in situations like this, tied up with series 1-1 or maybe in the lower bracket, what are those conversations like in the comms? Do you try to feed your hot players, or you try to get more of everybody involved so there's more offense to work through? What was your experience like, especially against teams like NRG?
You just have to play your game and not get too caught up in the moment, because if you're thinking about, if we lose this we'll be out, if we lose this we'll come X amount, we'll only get these amount of points, we'll only win this amount of money, you can get in your head before you know it, the game's over. They won't be thinking about this though. NRG, you would think. Razebull again has just been that man in defense. When it's been a one-on-one opportunity, he has got Complexity out of trouble, and the reason right now why it's still a clean sheet in that blue half.
Maybe one for the road. Squishy, the handoff. Wow. All right, it comes out in final waning moments, but it happens regardless.
It might be a little too late, but maybe some confidence and momentum booster going into that game number 4 there. Squishy, we wanted him to come online. 19 seconds left, 3 goals down. Isn't the time, but better late than never.
You have a miracle in you if you're NRG. Got to win possession first. Razebull just trying to put this one away. And AJG will kill time through the corner. 8 seconds to go, and with that, series lead 2-1 Complexity. And the lower bracket, round 2, are putting NRG on death's door. One more game is all they need. And my goodness, this one's getting interesting. A 2-1 lead for Complexity, and NRG have to turn things around.
We're talking about NRG, but Leaf, there might be another team with G on their name that might not have the best news.
You're absolutely correct. It's Koi G. Koi got eliminated by FaZe Clan. It was 3-0 for FaZe, but over on the Gen G, the one you're referencing, it is in game 3 right now, and they're holding on. It's 3-1 with 30 seconds left for Gen G. So reverse sweep will be necessary for them, and they are starting on that journey. But of course, putting down 2 games to Shopify Rebellion off the bat is initially a good sign, and you're putting yourself in the worst case scenario here. And I will say, over on the other G team, there's a lot of Gs.
There is a lot. There is a lot.
Yeah, G2 just took another win off of Dignitas. Is that will put them, or was that the first one? Sorry, that'll put them at a tie game. No, that'll be 2-1, I believe now for G2 Esports.
G2, NRG, G1, Gen G.
Yeah, that was a terrible. I really led him on there, didn't I? I just said G, and I had to let him pick up the pieces. But Gen G, as you said, 2-0 down. They're looking good in that game number 3, and this isn't foreign for Gen G. Right now, great double save, triple save from NRG here in this game number 4. Do or die right now for this lineup, for this roster. This is it right here, Spaceman. Squishy, can he go to work? Great 50-50. Garrett G, solo play. All the time in the world to get cooking. The flip reset comes through, but just a little bit too slow in the end.
If you're going to catch Gen G, you got to do it early. If you're going to catch NRG, you got to do it as soon as you have an opportunity. You're up 2-1. Complexity, a dangerous game 4 for them. They cannot afford to let this go the distance, but you want that if you're NRG, and Justin tries to stand out on his way, and he will. Now numbers can begin to push up and make their mark. Garrett will have to find the clear. For NRG coming into this game 4, sustained offense, the counterattacks, right? Like, that's been the big thing for them. When Squishy's had space to work, he's helped his teammates with the facilitation, and finally the clears have been there. Can NRG capitalize now on this push downfield from Justin through the corner?
Open net, the follow-up, there it is. The man, the myth from last game who got online, Squishy, opens it up for NRG, and it was the mistake, the misplay from CRR, not reading the corner, gives NRG the opening.
Justin's like, I've done all I can. Please, somebody help. Somebody get up and meet that ball. And there we go. NRG. Burn a minute, get a goal. Can they convert it for a second? Off the kickoff. Another win. As Garrett takes it from the ceiling, juggling all the way down to the corner. And leaves it to Razebull. And maybe instead it should have left it to NRG because that went nowhere. AJG will fall back. Squishy on target. Big save from CRR.
Let's get the follow-up as well. Huge beat out. He's still got boost to work with. Squishy will pick up in the midfield, but the pass play, 1, 2, 3, 4. There it is. Razebull gets the follow-up. What a play there. Just making the most of it in the counter-attack. AJG back to CRR. Razebull cleans up.
Yeah, one double commit on one side, force it on the other. Net is wide open. Complexity capitalized. Equalization comes in at 3:37. We have ourselves the very game you'd want to see on Coliseum. Here we go. Yet again, another kickoff where you're looking at the boys in blue upfield, and Garrett will be the last one back for NRG to have to clear it away. Send it out to Razebull. He'll play it on his own. He'll take his own number. As Squishy will play it off the backboard and the clear to midfield. Justin over one. Looking for the second and fakes it through. Justin on a 1v2.
Does it all himself off the counter-attack, gets the save, gets the beat out, the touch over the top, close enough to just make it work again. CRR caught in no man's land in the one-on-one, and Justin has been the best player on the pitch for NRG this series. What a time to come alive here at the death when they need him most.
He's doing it off ball, he's doing it with possession, he's been everywhere, defensively as well. Standing out right now to help NRG with their lead. But for complexity, the defense, the booming clears, has been great at times, but the offense just has been shut down, and that's credit to NRG. That's credit to the midfield game they've had for this series. The extended offense, right, the trident we're used to seeing of Razebull, AJG, and CRR, the pace, it's just been quiet.
The biggest change-up for those playing at home, those tuning in, is just watch NRG's rotations here. Third man, they're just so willing to, instead of rotate back post, they're looking to cut out that infield touch right there, as you saw with Justin. They're watching that pass, and they're just cleaning it up. It just makes them feel like there's an extra player on the field. They're sacrificing their standard back post structure, which we've known NRG for so long, and they're just controlling that midfield a little better. They're sending that player, catching complexity out, catching teams out, and I like it. It just shows that they are getting creative. They're trying to change it up, and Epic Johnny could be cooking in the kitchen there on the coaching side of things.
And I just love that extra effort there from Garrett, just to continually win some of these 50s. But you also worry about the midfield. When everybody starts to push up, it will leave gaps, and where there's gaps, there's opportunity. AJG with the 50 gets downfield and calls his own number. A tie game.
I'm just not sure what Squishy was thinking there. He almost went upfield for the solo play, thinking the CRR was going to get that controlled touch, but it was just never coming through. He was last man. He had to play passive. The pass back post caught him out. AJG cleans up, and that's just a goal for no reason, really. They didn't need to be that crept up on that play. NRG letting them back in. It's still tied up, though. They haven't lost... Well, they have lost the lead. They're not behind so far, though. They can get set up, still tie ball game.
It's the ultimate caster curse. So if we talk about the back line, the post rotations, and then something happens on the 1-1, you're wondering, all right, is it all going to the wayside here? Great shot, quick save from Justin, cuts it down appropriately in transition. This should be an opportunity here for NRG to begin their press.
And now Garrett G fakes out CRR. Squishy can set up, solo play, pops it sideways. Justin goes, I'll have that. Not sure what you're doing with it, but it might work out, and it does. It was chaos. It didn't look good, but they find a way through.
Yeah, Squishy kind of just pops it up, and Justin says, look, I'll take it away. Recenter. Squishy saves his spot on the field from the elbow, and AJG was just sitting in it watching all of this unfold. And kind of looks like a hamster at PetSmart. Not really sure what's going on as people walk by.
He was looking like a meerkat at the zoo. Just not sure what's going on, but he was under threat at all times here. AJG shot on target. CRR doesn't get the follow-up. The shot goes wide. It's post. Oh my goodness. Garrett G with the save as well. NRG are just hanging on. They can take the post as their 4th, 5th, and 6th defender there. They've still got the lead somehow.
CRR, bullet down, leaves it to Razebull. AJG sharply off the post, and everybody getting a hand up. Razebull, not the sharpest shot you're going to find. Not a lot of power here as the boost is low for both teams, and all right, everybody breathe. Back to the midfield, 30 seconds to go.
There's 3 defenders for NRG, plus both bust the crossbar, plus both posts. and also plot armor right now. This team is hanging on. Squishy got the deftest of touches there in defense, and with 15 seconds left, they have to hold on. Squishy can't get the touch. Double commit. Squishy has to make the save. All on his lonesome, and he does so. Squishy coming up huge.
5 seconds off the backboard. CRR's there. Low clear from Justin. Raise ball circling around. Garrett certainly will play it. No! They miss! And it's off the front! Oh my word! NRG escape. Disaster here in Coliseum and get us to Champions Field.
Absolute heroics late there from Squishy Muffins. 2 goals down that end, but it was more important what he did that final minute, what the entire team did, but boy, oh boy, did they need Squishy Muffins to come up huge for that side to keep them in the lead. They've done so. They've hung on just. We've got Champions Field. I feel like the NRG plot armor's back. Leaf, is there any plot armor for any of the other top seeds here in this lower bracket?
Yeah, I'll let you know. You got so excited you were almost speaking in tongues there. Chat was like, what language is he speaking?
What is happening?
You're going off. Yeah, it was good. That's exciting. I mean, we're going into a game 5 for this. Across the board, Gen G and Shopify Rebellion just entered a game 5. Gen G continues their reverse sweep on Shopify Rebellion. We'll find out. So again, keep that up on your second monitor because they are in game 5. That's intense. That's elimination right now. If Gen G gets knocked out, that'll be their worst placement in the entire season so far. They've never placed outside the top 8. And then G2 Dignitas. G2 still at match point. It's in another overtime. If G2 scores, they'll take that dub 3-1.
Man, oh man. Well, here we go. Let's forget about those series and let's lock in here. Everyone watching at home, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a chance for NRG to take down the Regional 1 winners, one of the best teams in North America. And as I say that, my man, the ball just goes whack.
NRG's going to have to do it off the back foot now. Justin with a weak touch and raise ball sends it on its way before AJG is a corkscrew into the back of Squishy and Garrett. A huge start for Complexity, your regional champions coming into this one in the lower bracket. Not many expected this situation to be prevalent, but here we are. And off the kickoff, do NRG have what it takes to tie it up?
Justin, skim, double touch, can't get the triple. Follow up, Squishy pops it up for Garrett, but he just backs off, doesn't want to get too excited here. Flip reset coming through, he's awkward. Justin misses, Garrett misses, Squishy cleans it up here. NRG, it was a bit of a disaster in Game 5 in the first series against Space Station Gaming, but they've got a chance to redeem themselves. They've conceded the first goal, but there's a lot of time left here. Fake out, raceable shot on AJG, saved out by Squishy. This feels like the end of game number 4 all over again. NRG just clinging on.
Yeah, and you're just stealing boost right now if you're Complexity. You're forcing the challenges high off the backboard, so you have somebody set up in the offensive third for Complexity to come out for a shot. But Squishy from coast to coast and post to post goes the length of the field to tie it up.
He's wound back the clock to Season 6, Cloud 9, and it's Squishy Muffins with the dunk off the post, off CRR. And NRG tie it up. There is life in this team. There's life in this series.
What a way to tie it up if you're Squishy. Little love tap off the kickoff, but we have ourselves a 1-1 ball game. Another sharp shot quickly. Complexity throwing more numbers at this play, forcing the starvation you have at midfield, but Squishy still overextended in time and was able to escape with his life for the moment as CRR will circle through the corner and try to get out in front. Garrett will cut it down to the infield lane, getting taken away there from Complexity. Interceptions alive and Squishy back to Garrett. The 1-2 up to Justin. Everybody getting involved and finding each other, but it's just chaos for the moment. Ball stuck in traffic. No clean possessions. Complexity back into the orange side.
I love this. There's numbers in the midfield for NRG. We saw Squishy there. Third man. He rotated in. But now there's trouble. CRR double. Blocked out by Justin. The bumps coming through from Garrett as well. Justin with a huge touch. No boost, but makes it work there. Squishy fires it forward. Not the touch he wanted. AJG infield pass. Garrett's ready for it. Squishy, great control. He's going again here. Can't get the double. No boost. Counter-attack mode for Complexity, but NRG, I'm loving the rotations. I like what I see so far. It feels like they're alive. They're in this game. Infield pass. AJG ready. Cuts it out. Garrett was right there for the shot. Now there's a counter-attack. Justin's in trouble, but Squishy, he helps him out as well. It's this cohesive unit from NRG that's working right now. 2 minutes 45 left. They're right in this.
And Complexity are starting to track as well. When they don't like the angle they have on the possession, they're waiting for AJG or CRR to follow the NRG defender, get in front of the lane, and send it back into the orange side. On the pass to Razebull, does enough on the 50, but Razebull got bumped off the play, and Garrett slaps him in the back of the Fennec. And now all the way into the blue corner with very little boost. NRG start their press. Garrett's up at midfield. They got AGG working behind, and Justin pops it free. Razebull up to the 50. He'll clear it away easily, and Garrett will have to make this read. Does so on the booming clear to the backboard. AGG with a sharp touch at that, but a necessary one. Squishy into the front box, but here come the numbers from Complexity.
Here they come though, NRG, they're on offense right now. Justin is getting to work. Sarah does get the touch out of defense. Squishy cuts out. NRG, they're picking up the pace. Garrett gets a beat. Squishy gets a beat. The pass inside AJG. Squishy's not there for the follow-up. And now Justin, he's all on his lonesome. Does well. NRG had an opportunity. Maybe another one. Squishy Muffins, he's all on himself. Can he do it? He's done it. Squishy gets the goal. NRG in the lead. Game 5 Champfield, baby.
So many demos, so many different power plays, and Squishy again onto the right post, 2 in a row. He steps up, you spammed the fishy, you get the world champion. 147, do they have enough?
This is it right here, right now. NRG, this roster, everyone's calling for their heads, but they might just take one of the biggest scalps, one of the biggest heads right now in the North American region. Complexity on the ropes right now, minute 30 on the clock. NRG, they're still pushing forward, Spaceman. They want another one. They smell blood.
90 seconds, Razebull from his own side, looking for the dunk. Big save from Justin, but it's not enough on the clear. You got AJG at the midfield. Garrett can't find the cut down, and Razebull will circle back in. Makes his move upfield. CRR waiting for the pass. There it is. Can Razebull get up? No. Justin reads it perfectly, and the defense is starting to meet their marks on the rebounds, but AJG has something else in mind as Squishy finds a long booming clear and a necessary one. There's only 60-odd seconds left. CJ, if you're Complexity, you need a swing, and you need it now.
The most important minute of NRG's life coming up right now, right here. How do they go? Justin off the sidewall, goes for the skim, gets it forward. Razebull's there in defense. Dribbles it out, Squishy cuts again. NRG sending numbers in the midfield. Razebull plays the low 50, Justin no boost, but he's getting there. He's getting a body into that center of the pitch right now. CRR clears the ball downfield. Squishy again, please stop it. Razebull gets the save out, 30 seconds left.
So much pressure right now if you're Razebull just to find that clear. AJG does a nice job, but gives it back. The back pass to Squishy. The 50 from CRR. AJG getting physical, and Razebull starting to track. He's now hunting to CRR. There's the redirect to the top box. It's going to be a slow floater, but Squishy will be up in time. Everybody breathe. 13 to go. AJG on the ground looking for CRR. Razebull center box cleared away. Garrett wants to call game, but sends it on a long floater to the opposite continent. And with 4 seconds to go, you got to keep it up if you're Complexity. CRR on your screen, and he can't do enough. NRG do what nobody thought was possible. They take down Complexity in dramatic fashion on Champions Field, and they move on in the lower bracket.
I cannot believe it. There's people in retirement homes right now in tears. Everyone's embracing each other in living rooms across North America because your boys, the Kings, they're back.
Leaf. The Mobile One High Performance Replay is all of NRG. That's it.
Oh my God. Was that a grand finals? That's all I gotta ask. What we're seeing on the screen right now, there's more excitement happening. Gen G currently, this is a game 5 seconds left, and Shopify also 1 goal up, just need to hold on, and they'll knock Gen G out. Complexity joining them out of the bracket if this touches the ground.
I can't believe what we're seeing today. Apparently, Jack gonna do all he can. I think that's Chronic, and it will be. Hold on a minute. Chronic to the corner, and it will touch. Rebellion? NRG? Are you?
Hello?
Gen G's out. Complexity's out.
And G2 in game 5 against Dig right now,
God.
too.
I love it. I love it. North America have shown up, as we said. EU said, let's see the best Rocket League we can possibly put out in human existence. And NA's gone, let's make the most entertaining regional we could possibly think of.
Guys, this is lower bracket round 2.
I don't. My brain is broken, man. I don't know how we got here. NRG with a massive win. Gen G, first touch is going to be insane this coming week. Like, you understand. Like, apparently all the first touch, Daz, T-Bates, Roldiz, all their teams were in the lower bracket. So this is just a chaotic showing from North America, and we're coming around the corner. We're hitting the end of the bell curve as we get to the Spring Major. This is not the time for a lot of teams to start faltering because Complexity's on your heels until today. NRG's now starting to turn things around. Optics showing up. FaZe is phasing. Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe again ending up in the lower bracket, I guess, was just to follow suit with the other top three that had made it down there. But they've made it on, at least. They've done what they're supposed to do. But the fact that Gen G couldn't, the fact that Complexity couldn't, and now potentially G2, they are up right now. And I do believe that we have a listen in. Hey, speaking of First Touch, let's see what Bates is saying right now.
With a very ambitious attempt at a shot. Could be a 1-2 give and go by Chicago and Atomic right there. Doesn't end up happening. 3:20 left, Taco.
Oh, that's just a handoff. Oh, honestly, that was just some weird recovery right there from Dignitas. I thought they were about to leave that back post and then just have that one slot right into the top corner. Now it still might be a reality because Atomic is unmarked. The save coming in this time from Andy. I think that might have been off the bar, but never really know. Dignitas not even getting these clears though. Evo really has to scramble just to get that one flipped high.
Oh yeah. That's a good touch right there. All right, you already know what it's time to do. Just to secure the W. J-Naps on the ball now. Oh no!
Oh no. Fall one's in, and we already get struck with, I would say, quite the knee slapper right there, teammates. It's just J-Naps not able to get that one, and I suppose Evo can just solo from any position.
Well, you know, sometimes you gotta give people a little bit of hope. A little bit of hope over there on the Dignitas side. We're not concerned over here on the G2 camp, though. Champions still, we've been here before, we're champions for a reason. J-Naps, he gets a decent 50 out here, Chicago. Looking more fresher than a whippersnapper right now. Top right corner, flick, look at that Atomic. Slotted at home, it's just that easy. It's like picking up ice cream on a Saturday. On a nice hot Saturday on an ice cream Sunday. Chicago forces out to Atomic. Puts that bottom left corner. And we just keep moving along. And let's go, baby. Come on, man. Let's go. Look at that. You bust out the transatlantic, you end up getting a W's. That's what we do over here on the G2 stream. 2-1 left. Dignitas are absolutely in shambles right now. Nobody beats us when you bust out the transatlantic.
I mean, you got the goal. We got the goal scored on us, but the thing is, it just gets reset. So at the end of the day, we're still winning. It's all fine. You just got to make sure nothing else kind of awkward happens there. Good job, Atomic, and that one also going to be combined. That's well wide. Dan's going to try to salvage that one, but no getting past J-Naps when he's got the read locked in and the boost as well. 50 roller down, spike through, but just going to be another giveaway to Chicago. Evo rescuing it again, is really, that's kind of been his role throughout this series. Hey, we need something. Evo, what do you have in your back pocket?
Yeah, I know. And listen, it was an Evo masterclass over there on Utopia Coliseum. But I don't know what the distance is between Championsville and Utopia. Let's act like it's a world, because that's across of it. G2 2-1 up, trying to put it away. The best in NA, or some have all dropped down. G2 not trying to join them. NRG doing the unthinkable, ended up taking out Complexity. Shopify Rebellion took out Gen G. Dazzler is in shambles right now, and we're not trying to join them. G2. We're gonna end up getting this W right here, Taco. I do believe.
Just gotta get these saves away. That's a reach from Evo, but he's trying to keep that attack live. They're certainly at a point, Dignitas, where you don't really have to push everything forward, but you can't be sitting back. You gotta make sure you have something happen. Andy trying to do so, but not fast enough for G2. And look at Atomic, playing all the angles right. Another long clear.
Another long clear, 50 seconds left. Dignitas backs against the wall, put the hand up. Nice, Chicago, making sure that ball doesn't end up being uncontested. 43 seconds, Atomic. Oh, big boy whiff. No, put a hand up, the hands up. Everybody from G2, they know the rules. Hand down, man down. They're not even going to give Dignitas that opportunity. J-Nap's looking for the net. 30 seconds left. G2 starting to swarm. Oh. No own goals here. No own goals. Keep it tight. Chicago just chasing. Evo, musty recovery. Not enough. You needed more than that. Should have busted out a breezy. Andy up high. Big boy demo. Uh-oh. Oh, they're taking each other out.
Trees. You don't play for G2 anymore, but I'll take that one as he's going to clear out his teammates. Oh, J-Naps now with a finish. 7 seconds remaining. Chicago look for 50. Evo, not like this. Thank you very much. That one is all done and dusted. G2 into day 2.
Okay, well, at least G2. At least G2 kept things a little sane around here, because this has just been an absolute wild. Again, it was mentioned, we're like, okay, let's look at the crazy EU region last week, and NA just had to one-up them with some incredible. This is day one. There's some people that might still be at work and not be able to see this, and they're going to look at the bracket after and just just guess it was someone's random predictions, not the actual results that ended up happening, Spaceman.
Yeah, look, there's not a human being alive right now that would have predicted what today was to become what it is. And it's just been a testament to the strength, if you want, of Rocket League in North America, of how dangerous it can be, but also the inconsistencies that sometimes exist outside of top 4 and how that can shake up the bracket. Here you go, up around 1. All these matches were best of 5. All of the matches today on the main stream and the team streams, all best of 5s, and it's been chaotic. You started off with Complexity versus Team Axel. That goes the way you expect. Version 1 handle business, G2 handle business, Optic, scary series at times, but do the same. Down on we go, similar results, and then Space Station start to kick into high gear, and all of a sudden we find ourselves in lower bracket where Koi dangerously win a Game 5 against M80. We just saw that here 2 series ago. NRG take down Heybro, then take down Complexity, FaZe handle business against Koi, and Gen G lose to Rebellion in Game 5. So there's been a lot here on the table. There's been a lot to digest, but the big takeaway, of course, FaZe still alive, G2 still alive. So those top 2 teams, top 4 teams in NA still kicking, still thriving. But now we go to best of 7 territory, and this is where things get very dangerous. Upper semifinals, Optic V1, Furia SSG, not what I expected.
Yeah. No, CJ, I don't think anyone. I mean, especially the fact that, like, you look at the last regional, the grand finals, Complexity Gen G, both teams not here right now. Is this inconsistency, or is this just NA saying, hey, let's show up?
I think it is. I think it's inconsistency. Like, it's one thing to say, you know, how crazy is it that Gen G and Complexity have been knocked out here in day 1, but it's even more wild to think who they got knocked out by. As we said, the NRG having the series of their lives, the resurgence right now, and now it feels like in that lower round 3 down there, we're back to, you know, the old times, season 5, season 6, NRG versus G2 that used to just be, you know, the 2 titans right there with Cloud9 in the region. So, I mean, it's fantastic for the nostalgia, for the veterans, for the OG fans of North American Rocket League.
Granted, that used to be a grand final match, which we have a long way to get to. Let's take a look at where that puts us now in terms of the spring split. Because, of course, remember that final regional is an invitational, and all these teams are working towards that major to rack up as many points towards Worlds. So, Spaceman, I mean, it is tight right now, especially. Look at the top 3, 2 of those teams not in this tournament anymore.
You get 24 points if you take first place in the regional. So if you're Optic, I just saw one of their tweets during a quick listen-in that they're looking to take the number 1 seed going into Boston. They feel very good about that. Complexity, of course, out. Gen G out. Space Station and Optic have a chance to shake up the standings and get themselves in a better position for making the run at the spring major. FaZe in 9th is just surprising. Furia can do the same. G2 against a big matchup against NRG. Like, the top 1 through 6 here is going to shake up simply because Complexity and Gen G are now out. It's going to be a dangerous, chaotic, wild, wonderful weekend of North America Rocket League.
Just taking a glance at the wider spectrum of things too, it's still tight. Obviously locked in with Gen G at the top, so you know they don't want to be losing, but they can, right? But CJ, it overall ends up being just tighter and tighter in that bottom part of the 1 through 5.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk about scenarios and things like that, but you could go on for days looking at these points right now. It really comes down to this final major. You're looking at teams all the way down to 10th, 11th, even Shopify, NRG down there. You know, if an NRG, that's crazy to say, but if, you know, what they've done today, if they can continue that, they can put in a great performance, perhaps make a major, they can be right in line for world champs. So everything on the line, the points are so tight. And this region, as we said, it might not be the best Rocket League compared to Europe, but it is certainly entertaining right now. I'm loving it.
And again, I mentioned we are working towards that major in Boston as well. Reminder, get your tickets, join us, hang out, have some fun, seeing Rocket League in person live and seeing all the personalities around the scene. A lot of content creators make it out there as well, and you can meet a lot of your favorite people in the scene and just other like-minded individuals there to celebrate Rocket League. That's going to be from the 6th to 9th, but you can join us on the 8th and 9th in Boston, rl.gg/spring tickets live, or just hit !tickets in chat to take a look at that. But while you're on there, let's pull up tomorrow's schedule. Let's while you're buying your tickets right now, we'll take a schedule for tomorrow, get you excited about what is to come forward. Of course, we're teaming 6 matches Spaceman tomorrow. All the matches are going to be here on this channel, twitch.tv/Rocket League, or on other channels like YouTube as well.
Yeah, look, it's going to be one of the best weekends of North American Rocket League you're going to see this entire year. So please, please, please make sure to tell your friends, tell your grandparents, tune in, because we got Rebellion and FaZe to kick things off. I mean, even looking at just, the matchup of G2 NRG, but that Optic V1, I got to tell you, with the way Optic's looking, with the V1, the promise they have, and Daniel versus Reddles, just all the stuff that goes into that, right? Even if it's manufactured, I can't wait, man. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, you're always on that Optic squad.
It's well, I mean, as you said, we're kicking off the first couple there with the best of 5s, and that might suit NRG down in there in that lower bracket. And then, obviously we've got the 4 big best of 7s tomorrow to finish off the day. It is going to be epic. If day 1 Leaf is anything to go by, I mean, everyone's eyes should just be glued to their screens every single series, because you just don't know what to expect.
No, we're getting treated across the board for the amount of fun Rocket League, I'll say, we've gotten over the past week and a half here now across the different regions. But a reminder for tomorrow, if you are wondering when it starts, 12:30 Eastern time for the pre-show, and then, of course, 1 p.m. Eastern for kickoff. Make sure to join us there for more exciting Rocket League. Final thoughts, because, I know there's at least a couple final things you guys want to get out right now, because this day 1 was pretty wild, CJ.
I love it. I love it. I pleaded before that series. I said, I don't care about, Mickey brackets, or if someone has a tough run. NRG, this is your chance to show up, prove yourselves, make a statement on the mainstream in front of the world. They've done that in Game 5 as well. They've clutched up. So a massive result for that team. Can't wait to see if they can build on that and improve from there. And I mean, for the rest of North America, thank you for creating an entertaining regional. This is, I don't know who to pick. Who's your favorite from here? Who knows? Optic? Maybe.
I know that's his, Spaceman.
Oh, you know me so well. Listen, I think the takeaway is Gen G, Falter, and Complexity win a regional, and then they don't show up. Again, it's the same situation with FaZe, where FaZe on Friday are very different than FaZe on Sunday. Complexity on Thursdays and Fridays very different than Complexities on Saturdays. Something's got to change, so now we put the spotlight on Gen G and Complexity and say, hey, what's the deal? Spring Major's coming up. You got one more regional. Figure it out. So it's a good time to be a Rocket League fan. You got mechanics in Europe. You got nonsensical chaos in NA. I'm enjoying it, man. Okay.
I'm just certainly worried. While I'm always excited to see NRG do well, I see all the NRG is back, baby tweets going out already, and I'm just worried that they found a new way to disappoint us. So hopefully that's not what we end up seeing in tomorrow's bracket, but you can only find out by showing up and watching the matches. So make sure you do exactly that. Thanks for watching today, and we will see you tomorrow.
She found a way into my heart. She don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to feeling lonely, hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running
What's with these seats, bro? I thought you had the hookup.
Dude, it's all us retired players get.
Can you believe we're here? Game 7, grand finals of the World Championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool and all, but what about me? What about, like, everybody else?
Everybody else?
Yeah, like all the players looking to make it to the next level. Like, what if there was a tournament for them?
Yeah, but who's gonna do that?
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down is unbelievable.